executive team. So where we're seeing project delays, such as Cameron Stage 2 or Tauranga Transfer Station, we're looking for opportunities to activate other budgeted projects earlier to help compensate for that, subject to capacity, of course. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Bill.
Just a question around on page 45 revenue, and B talks about the water meter revenue is tracking below budget. I presume in the establishment of the budgets, regards had to dry summers, potential water restrictions, water watches plan, and all of that. I just wanted some understanding of that assessment process.
Yes, all of that. There is a model that sits behind that particular revenue forecast, which takes into account many things. This is very purely a volume issue with one or two of our major customers.
Fine.
Morning. Look, just a general comment. I suppose especially in terms of operation, my language, I'd describe it as a bit lumpy first quarter. I suppose really high level, don't want to dig down into details, hoping that second, third quarter might settle down and you start getting some a bit smoother, because if lumpiness continues for the next quarter or two, goodness knows where we end up. So I suppose it's crystal ball gazing and some assurances. Do you think it'll settle down second quarter and smooth out a bit?
Possibly say. But what I could say is that as we move further through the year, our expectations of the year-end position does firm up, and there will be more consideration given to forecasting when we come to see the second quarter.
Thank you, because that's what I'm trying to avoid, is a situation of reforecasting if things do start to turn a bit left field. That's all. Thank you.
Editorial comment. I'm not expecting pear-shaped.
And if we get a good summer, that capital program should advance as pretty much as expected. And it's good to hear that you're looking to fill the gaps of some of the delayed projects, which you know, I mean, the organisation is becoming nimble enough to do that. Okay, Stephen.
Couple of questions. Page 47, the table showing the revenue and expense. The forecast for operating expenses are showing a whole lot of favourable variances as compared to budget. On the right of the, so if I look at other expenses, for example, they total 231 on the forecast, the budget's 219, that's an unfavourable variance.
Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing what you're saying. Could you say that again?
So I'm on page 47,
Yep.
which has the statement of comprehensive revenue and expense table. And it looks like the signing on the forecast as compared to budget for the expenses is the wrong way around.
Yes, I would have to agree with that. Looking at that now, yes.
Yeah, which is easy done in a spreadsheet, but yeah, it looks like the spreadsheet might need to be corrected.
Will do.
And then my other query was in around the capital on the digital program. And as I recall, that's the project that audit said was an operational cost, not a capital cost. Should it now come out of our CapEx schedule? If it's no longer a capital or considered a capital project.
Yes, we fund it through loan, and it's just for monitor. It helps for monitoring because it's a significant project in itself that we've kept it within there. But yes, the funding, and at the end of the year, the cost will be appearing in the statement of comprehensive revenue expense, but the funding will be loan.
I mean, I suppose it enables the monitoring, but it does, you continually look distorted because of that. It's always going to be that way for the rest of the year. Yeah, okay.
Yep. Okay, so I've still not, I'm sorry, I just still couldn't follow where you were. I missed that on that 47.
Yeah, so page 47. Let's go back there. If you look at the forecast for the financial year for operating expenditure, and there's a list of expenses, personnel, finance, etc., and compare that with budget, they're all forecast to be over budget for expenses.
Oh, right. Oh, I see.
But it's actually showing a
showing
favourable, not an unfavourable variance.
Yep.
And it just looks like the wrong column's been subtracted from the wrong column. I've done that before. So,
I've done that before too, yes. It's the problem with spreadsheet setups, yes. Okay, all right. Despite that, are you happy to move that we receive this report, and Bill second it? Anything else? No? No, nothing from Bruce. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Thanks very much. Local Government Funding Agency, AGM.
So this report is just to seek approval for to provide a proxy vote for appointment of new director, returning an existing director, and the shareholding councils, one of which is ourselves being reappointed to those roles. The report does say to receive the annual report, and I provided just a one-page summary of that because the main report was actually provided on the 25th of September to council with the other CCOs. And there was just a question, I think, at that last meeting was what kind of benefits did we actually get from LGFA? It's actually quite hard to identify because you don't know actually when you went to the market what you'd get. But the final attachment that I did provide on this report is a very good summary from LGFA about how they set up, what they do, and the bottom part of that talks about the benefits to shareholders. So they're estimating about a 20 basis point margin if you want to price things, but it's really the benefit of access to borrowing quite readily and without us having to reproduce large treasury operations to be out on the market all the time. So there's helps to reduce the risk and gives us scale. So there's actually, I could take you through those bullet points, but you can take it as read if you prefer.
It was good to see that they had put some effort into outlining what the benefits are. Any questions? Yeah, Bill, you move? Are you happy with the other thing that you didn't mention, of course, is that the directors are increasing their
Apologies,
remuneration.
I did forget about that. Was probably the most important one. So
Quite considerably.
We did have Board Dynamics, an independent group, analyse that. So they look at because it's a financial sector agency, there is quite a bit of technical skills, so they tend to price above, and they did compare to the banks. The recommended amounts are considerably lower than those financial institutions, but above, say, regional CCO level payments. So we sort of chose a midpoint, if you like it, strike that balance. We are very aware that we're looking for some significant and long-term board members are due to retire, so we want to make sure that we can attract the right skill set into that.
Yep. You happy with that? Yep. Shad? Yes. You're seconding it? And you've got a question, okay?
Thanks, Catherine. Just a quick one. In terms of the appointment process for the directors onto the entity, who makes? I know that we all make the appointment, but that process, is that through the council?
Shareholding council.
Yes.
So the shareholding council has two of its members, along with the, or in this case, the chair. Look, I think they call them sort of nominations because, of course, they're not appointed till they're elected at a AGM. But that was pretty much driven by the shareholding council members who represented us.
Anything else? Stephen?
Well, I was just, in terms of the director fees, I was somewhat surprised by the amount of the increase, but when I read through the report, the benchmarking did show that actually we were under market, and this is a bit of a catch up. I guess my question is, how did we get under market, and how are we making sure that we keep pace with the market going forward? Because these lumpy catch-ups are always both questionable and embarrassing when they're required.
I think the previous one was after 3 years of operation. This one's after 2 years of operation, but an awareness that there has been quite a bit of inflation and price increases, which meant that it looks lumpier. We would not expect, though, to be looking at the remuneration every year. So there's sort of always a balance. But as a shareholding council, we can make sure that there's an overall kind of review next year to make sure we're not going to sort of hit another big lumpy increase.
I think it's always, it's a bit like rates increases, you defer, and then suddenly you're in this big catch up. So keeping an eye on that from a shareholder's perspective, I think, is worthwhile.
All right, so it's been moved by Bill and Shad. Any other questions? Comments? No? All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thanks very much, Catherine. Okay, so been sitting there very patiently. That brings us to the Tauranga Māori Business Association. Would you like to come up to the table and talk us through your report? Thank you very much and welcome. So the microphones, you need to make sure they're on green, and they're quite sensitive. So if you move your head, we lose your voices. But we're in your hands.
Ana koutou, Lisa Gilmore, City Partnership Specialist with the City Partnerships team. So I'm here this morning to introduce Tarina, Leonie and Lloyd from the Tauranga Māori Business Association. And they have a short presentation they'd like to run through, and they have presented their annual report.
He mihi tuatahi ki te matua I hua ngā mano. I te tuarua kia rātou, ko wihia ki te pō, o tātou hoa, o tātou whānau, moi mai rā o ki atu. Huri noa kia tātou te hongora, kingi tū heitea me tōna hoa rangatira, me te kahu āriki, tēnā koutou, mana whenua, etahi kua nohoana ki kona I tēnei ata, tēnā koutou, huri noa kia tātou katoa. Ko wai ahau, ko Leonie Manawa Whākua tōku ingoa, hiuri ahau no Ngāti Tuwharetoa o Ngāti Kahungunu, ko au te tumuaki o tēnei rōpū, te rōpū mō ngā Pākihi Māori no Tauranga Moana. My name is Leonie Manawa Whākua. I'm the chairperson of the Tauranga Māori Business Association. Tēnā tātou. I'm just starting us off this morning just to give a very quick history of the Tauranga Māori Business Association. So we were established in around 2010, and it was a group that was established to basically create a network for Māori business owners in Tauranga Moana, to create a safe space for networking and the ability to collaborate and create opportunities. So from then, I've only been involved myself since around 2018 when I moved to Tauranga from Hamilton. And from that point until now, a big focus has been on us re-establishing the organisation as an incorporated society, working on our constitution and rules as part of that process, whilst also looking, continuing to provide the networking opportunities that we have in the past. And it's not only about sort of general networking, but a big focus has been on providing educational opportunities for our Māori business owners. We've tried to keep our finger on the pulse in terms of what their needs are, what they're missing and what we can help with. So that's been a key focus for us since 2018. And as well as collaborating with other like-minded and similar-ish organisations around Tauranga, helping our business owners to navigate, who's doing what, who can we go to for what, and that sort of thing. Traditionally, and still to a certain extent, Tauranga Māori Business Association has been operated by volunteers. All of our board members are volunteers. It hasn't been until Terina has come on board, which she'll talk to soon, that we've been able to look beyond that. And that's been something that we as a Ropu have been looking at in more recent times. In terms of achieving our strategic plan, what are some funding opportunities that we can take advantage of to help us, because otherwise we're all trying to juggle very busy lives and also do the mahi that we're trying to do on the ground for timber. So I think that's all I'll say, because I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'll pass you over to, I believe it's Lloyd that's going to speak about some of our on the ground mahi as well. So kia ora tātou.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Lloyd tāna te rakapo tōku ingoa, he uri ahau no Ngāti Tūwhare me Ngāti Maniapoto. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge mana whenua. Thank you for having us here. Also, the commissioners. I've grown to know the commissioners quite well. I've attended 5 of the Let's Talk Huis. You're all very brave, and I acknowledge the hard mahi that you do. I also acknowledge the workers of Tauranga City Council, my understanding of the 1,000+ staff that keep our city alive, or Te Manuataki or Te Papa, great initiative. So first and foremost, acknowledge you all. My role, as I said, as the vice of the Tauranga Māori Business Association, and also recently, I'm also now the elected vice of the Tauranga Business Chamber. So I sit here with some understanding about business, but in this space, I volunteer. I volunteer my time because I love Tauranga Moana. I love supporting the people of Tauranga Moana, and in particular around business. So I guess in everything, you're talking to people here who love what we do for our people. So my corridor is around previously, prior to Terina, what we were achieving with no funding. So over the many years, I think 3 years, I volunteered my time to assist business owners. Now, these are business owners aspirational, from those who are 1 to 5 employees, from those to 1 to 100 employees, volunteering our time to go to their homes, to their businesses, to find funding for them. I'll talk about a great story. I had a wahine come through from Tokoroa, who moved to the rohi of Tauranga Moana. She had managed to gain her accounting, took her 4 years part-time, a mama of 4, gained her accounting degree. However, wasn't able to get a job here in Tauranga Moana because she'd been on a benefit for 4 years. Long story short, we had a coffee and I managed to get her a job here working for Rian, who owns an accounting company here. Now, those are the successes that we find that drives us forward to help those who would never ever have opportunity. And we volunteer to do that every day. So to be able to manage this, to make sure it's sustainable, this year in particular, with the help of TCC, with the help of Ann Tolley, we've managed to secure funding. Now, the funding we secured was $20,000. 20,000 to pay someone, FTE, i.e. Tarina, and she'll talk about herself, to assist us to do the mahi. Now, I'm not sure if you all know that the Tauranga Business Chamber has been here since 1906, so nearly 100 years, and they get funding from the Tauranga City Council. We are here today to ask for not more, but the same amount of funding that the Tauranga Chamber get. So equality across the board. I think that's me, but if you do have any questions, I'm happy to ask it then. Kia ora, thank you.
Ora koutou, ko Tauranga Macrae Hapi tuku ingoa, ko kahuranga ki te maunga, ko ngarururo te awa, ko kahuranga ki te maunga, ko takitikamu te waka, ko Ngāti Kahungunu te iwi. I am the new kaitautoko for Tauranga Māori Business Association since the last week of July 2023. It has been an absolute pleasure working in this space on a 10-hour weekly for the last few months. There has been part of that funding that was provided by TCC was to bring me on, and there were two objectives during that time frame in regards to the last 12 months within that funding space. So the first one was the strategic alignment with the council's community outcomes, and that was the measure of the provision of the 5-year strategic plan. And also grow our membership, and that was measured to be increased by 20 members. So since the funding was came through on the 3rd of October in 2022 to the 30th of June 2023, my role was introduced, and that was has brought on an 11 additional new members as of the 1st of September. Since then, so from that date of the 1st of September, there were 55 certified members, which are Pākehā Māori business owned run, Māori business owned and run, with 12 associated members, which are from other backgrounds, that are associate members, and then we have groups as well, which are students from that want to be part of the Tauranga Māori Business Association network. And we've also, part of that was the new strategic plan to work in progress with KPMG, which is in a work in progress, but utilising the existing strategic plan that's still active and valid. So from that, my kaitautoko role was created, especially starting in July. Also from the outcomes of that, of my role, it's been contributing towards the ecosystem of Tauranga Moana, of our Pākehā Māori, and continually the growth of networking and creating intergenerational sustainability within Tauranga. You'll see on that slide of the traction of the memberships. So originally there was an increase of 16 new members prior, and with the funding, it helped build a capability of the community and organisations within the workforce. The funding provided an opportunity to implement an operational role. So from there, as mentioned previously, it has increased from 11 and still continues to grow today. So from the 1st of September, we've added on another 8 new members onto our certified memberships, and it's continuing to grow. So in the last few months that I've been at the kaitautoko for Tauranga Māori Business Association, I come from, born and bred in Hiratonga in Hawke's Bay on the East Coast, and I moved here and married and live in Makatu. And part of my own personal vision and also wanting to be able to give back to our Pākehā Māori of Tauranga Moana, the role became available and allowed me to do exactly that. I've had some really great interactions with multiple Pākehā Māori within Tauranga Moana who contribute to that ecosystem. They have gone from strides and different strengths in regards to some that are unaware of what is available, who they'll be able to collaborate or build a partnership with. And with our board that volunteer, they're able to also utilise their networks, their knowledge to be able to help uplift our Pākehī Māori. As you'll see within with the three testimonials, there's a few more, but just to give you a snapshot, we have Seal Design Limited, which is a Pākehī Māori base here in Tauranga Moana. And they have been doing graphic design. They've done some mahi for TCC and also doing a full wrap of aeroplane at Tauranga Airport, which is currently in process. And it was really great to be able to speak with a husband-wife duo and to see where they are heading and helping to provide some clarification when I'm onboarding them. And part of that is I help with coaching, providing a safe space, and to be able to do this, I do it kanohi ki te kanohi, to be able to do it face to face, to be able to really help understand their business and how I'm able to assist, and also our board. We also have Tauranga Scaffolding, who have been around. Of course, there's quite a few of what I learnt is that there's 15 total scaffolding businesses within Tauranga, and they were wanting to see how they could grow and what support that Tauranga Māori Business Association could provide them to help level up and to grow their business and what they are able to do. Again, that has been myself we're part of a collective of whānaki here in Tauranga, along with other Māori organisations and entities where we come together and help support our Pākehī Māori and Pacifica in that space, and utilising each other's expertise. So with Tauranga, we've been able to utilise scaffolding. We're able to utilise one of our board members who specialises in certain areas in regards to different types of financing in that construction space and insurance. Confidential document destruction. They also are a new couple that have moved here from Tauranga from a military background. They jumped all in, hands up, and her and her husband have been doing it for the last 6 months, and they've only just, are they actually the only confidential document destruction here in Tauranga. I believe that there are some other organisations that utilise the same business in Rotorua because there was a bit of a difference. But now they've come on board, they've just introduced e-waste and recycling, which is a new kaupapa they're on, and part of onboarding them, it has been great to see in the last such a short time to see that growth within their business. So I've been getting great feedback from our Pākehī Māori that I've had the opportunity to go through. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get through to everybody that are existing Pākehī at this stage due to my time frame that I've been allocated, but I do ensure that we're able to reach out, and I'm available to assist them where possible. So with my role, it's a varied role from helping set up workshops to organising some networking events and being advocates for our Pākehī Māori here in Tauranga Moana. And one really exciting thing is that we've got an event coming up at mid-November where Tauranga Māori Business Association will be hosting Professor Jason Meka from University of Waikato, and we will be bringing him here and partner with them to be able to have a kōrero, an event around Māori and Indigenous business. So that's an exciting event that's coming up shortly. So there is a lot going on, and we ideally like to have one event each month to get our Pākehī together to grow, support and uplift each other. And so part of when I'm onboarding our new members in regards to meeting them face to face, you'll see on the slideshow there the profile example of a member. So I spend an hour with them when I'm onboarding them as a member of Tauranga Māori Business Association. And I take my key takings. So I actually come from a background of 19 years within a big corporate of bank, worked with in commercial and agri, and also had the opportunity to work and live abroad with other entities and departments for offshoring projects, etc. So from my expertise, I take my my knowledge and share that with our Pākehī. So I take a key takings from our kōrero, and we help set goals and provide recommendations to see how we can uplift them, and to ensure that they are heading in the right direction. So we guide them through that process and will that support if needed. And then we go back within 3 to 6 months to ensure how they're tracking and to ensure that we can see that growth and how else we can assist them. And part of that, we have been able to see tremendous growth and sustainability within our ecosystem in such a short time that I've been there. But I'm always looking forward to obviously seeing that grow and to uplift our people and how we can uplift Tauranga Moana especially. And for me, Tauranga Māori Business Association really resonated with me because our vision and values are very much my own and align with my own. So I'm proud and very humbled that I'm able to be in this position to be able to help and be a part of that involvement. So I'd like to say ngā mihi from myself to Tauranga City Council as well as the board in regards to your support for our vision, and that you've allowed us to unlock our full potential to uplift our Pākehī Māori here and to contribute towards the success of Tauranga Moana's ecosystem. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Thanks. Good to see you here and to see the progress that you're making. So 2 things. First of all, can I ask what Pākehī Māori means?
So that's Māori business. Māori business, so Pākehī is business.
Right, okay. Secondly, at the last council meeting, we passed a resolution to set a target of 5% social procurement. So that I think is really critical that we work closely with your organisation and those businesses. And I'm just looking at the confidential construction company. I knew that there was a gap here, but we need to be working closely together. And the third thing I'd say to the staff is to probably then consider Lloyd's request as a submission to the long-term plan. But other than that, really great to see you. Good to see you. Is it Tarina? Is that right?
It is.
Good to see you on board and working hard, and certainly with your experience, you bring something to the board. I know in conversations with Lloyd, it was really hard to do as a volunteer and still run your business. So that's me. Any other questions? Bill?
Thanks, Chair. I'd just be interested, Lloyd or anyone else, in terms of understanding the relationship and or connection between the association and the chamber. You noted you're vice president, but what that is and what that may look like going forward from the association's perspective.
Ka pai. at the end of the day, the board members on the Tauranga Māori Business Association and the Tauranga Chamber of Commerce, we're all volunteers. So we volunteer our time to uplift Tauranga Moana. Now, the relationship that we do have, we have an MOU between both entities, and that's been in place for a long time. As of last Tuesday is when we elected the roles. And so when we had a discussion about our conflicts, that was put forward in relation to my two roles. But we have a great relationship between both chiefs, in particular between Tauranga Māori Business Association and that Kauli. So that's been in place for a long time. Now, how we navigate that space, the Tauranga Business Chamber has roughly about 650 members. Now, majority of those members, I would say, enjoy and are comfortable in that space. But in particular, our Māori and Pacifica whānau tend to come to the Māori Business Association because they feel comfortable, kānohi ki te kānohi, and we go through a real basic thing called whakawhanaungatanga. Now, when I went to the meeting on Tuesday, I ran a whakawhanaungatanga session, which is a face-to-face, let's get to know each other. Something real basic within my culture, or our culture, but it resonated with the whānau, and I found out that there were two other Māori on the Chamber of Commerce Board. Fantastic. So there's a difference and there's a need there to have an association for Māori, an association, I guess, for non-Māori as well. But we all work together for the collective of Tauranga Moana. And I come back to we volunteer. We don't get paid because we love the story. Thank you.
If I could just add to that, I mean, we do work together with the Chamber in terms of like events that are going on. So the Chamber, our communication channels are quite good in terms of like Matt will let us know if there's certain events that he thinks that we should be attending or and vice versa, and we support each other through those events. We have talked about in the past perhaps having involvement with each other's board meetings to a certain extent, at least so that we can increase the communication between the two organisations because we all see value in that. So that's something we've talked about. It's just obviously with a number of people trying to navigate that can be a bit tricky, but we do try and take as many opportunities as we can to sit down and talk, communicate, make sure we know what's going on from the Chamber's side of it, any issues that they see coming up that are relevant to Māori business owners. And yeah, so it is a really good relationship and we see that ongoing and just increasing over time.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, I was just kind of interested in, your strategic direction and the alignment, I think, with the city and what the city's trying to do and trying to achieve, but also picking up the points that you've just made about the collaboration and the relationship that you have with the Chamber, which I think is really important, in terms of growing business, aligning with potentially where the city's going, but also the aspirations of individuals, whānau, to be able to succeed while living here in Tauranga Moana. In terms of a question I did, and noting the point about growing the membership, and it's great to see, you've got a few more members coming on, and then also about the fees. So in terms of growing the membership and being able to do more, have you thought about, what's your kind of long-term thinking about membership, but also doing more and potentially, maybe increasing the fees to be able to cover some of those activities and some of those things?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we haven't quite gotten our new strategic plan together, because it would have been great to sort of talk to that, but we're just waiting on the report from KPMG. But we do see, I mean, obviously social procurement is a big, topic at the moment, and we really want to see Māori business owners getting opportunities that are being brought to Tauranga Moana. I think in terms of us, if we were able to get more funding and also just get more people on the ground, we would use that time to just understand more. Number one, what Māori businesses are wanting to take some of those opportunities, to what extent they do, to what extent they're set up to be able to do that, what support they might need to grow and develop their business to be able to take on those opportunities. So there's so much work that we could be doing, and we're talking a lot about that. We're talking about even because Tauranga Māori Business Association has traditionally been focused on the networking aspect. I mean, there's ways that you can use that to help grow people's businesses too. And so we've talked about things like mentoring, appreciating that our bigger businesses don't have a significant amount of time. So how can we sort of, get pieces of, gold nuggets, I suppose, that they can share with our smaller outfits that can help to sort of grow their knowledge and experience. And, if you want to do this type of work or take on this type of opportunity, this is what you're going to need to do. So we absolutely are thinking of how this, the city's growth and the opportunities that are here at the moment, and how can we tap into that. And we very much want to support our business owners to do that. So I don't know if that answers your question, or whether there was anything you wanted to add.
Just to add on to working with other entities, yes, we are part of a group called Whanake. It's a monthly hui that we have down at Priority 1. So each month we catch up with Priority 1, Araro, other organisations, Toi Kairawa, Amotai, Fire, which is a new agency that's been created. We also sit on the Western Bay Plenty Infrastructure Forum, Leone does. So we sit into a lot of meetings where now we have Te Rina who can sit in there for us instead of myself or Leone being there potentially. Because we're well aware that every single person that sits in those meetings, besides from us, get paid. So I guess what we're looking for is the funding around Te Rina to carry on her work from 2024 onwards. Now, we only have a limited amount of funding that we do have, which we've looked at and modelled for the start of next year. If we don't receive the funding from TCC, we do have other opportunities where we would look to utilising our membership fees, also building workshops where we can utilise working with Te Puni Kokiri. However, the funding that we do receive and hopefully receive equal to the Chamber of Commerce will be able to continue on the great work that Te Rina has done to date. And that amount is 65K plus CPI annually. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou kua tai mai ki te whakawhiti kōrero i tēnei ata. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou, Ngāti Tūwharetoa, Kahununu, me rātu, we kua tai mai ki te puku o Tauranga Moana, ki te whakatūwhera i tēnei rōpū manaaki i ngā pakihi o Tauranga Moana. Kia koe hoa, pai ki te kiti i tō kanohi anō. I just wanted to just ask a couple of questions, really, and that some of those questions have been asked already, but it's really around, given that most of you, I didn't hear any of you whakapapa to Tauranga Moana, so my question really is around honing in on iwi and hapu here. It would be good to understand how involved you are with connecting in with iwi and hapu, but also about what percentage perhaps of your membership are people who whakapapa to Tauranga moana?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. We are very, we do have some of our members who are in close contact with iwi. Jackie Rolleston-Steed would be one of them. But in terms of, we've actually talked about, well, we'd love to have, more connection with iwi. And one of the things that we've talked about in recent times is whether we look at creating like a position on the board in some capacity, or, whereby an iwi member could come in and actually sit in on our board meetings so that we can get that feed in. And we think that would really be really valuable. So as part of our strategic discussions we've been having recently, that's come up as part of it. It's just a timing thing in terms of when we would do that. I haven't looked at the numbers myself in terms of how many of our members whakapapa to Tauranga moana, but that's absolutely something that, we will look at and should look at, and that will be relevant to, that kaupapa as well.
Because that might also, like just touching on Shad's point about what is that longer term plan, having that hook into having somebody on your board might be helpful, because what that then provides is that if the council is providing some funding, your rōpū has this unique perspective around how Māori businesses in Tauranga are operating, and how the city development and plan are affecting Māori businesses, which is something that potentially the Tauranga Chamber can't provide that unique viewpoint. And if you're able to show that actually ane te whakaaro o te mana whenua hoki, then that just adds to the importance of having a group such as yours when you're seeking funding and support out there. So kia ora koutou.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm aware that you want to move on, so I'll extend an offer. I do have some background in running a membership organisation from the start-up. And a quick anecdote, when I was employed in my former role as Chief Executive of Infrastructure New Zealand, when they appointed me, they said to me, Stephen, we've got enough money to pay your salary for 6 months. If you want to carry on working, you better go and find some members and get the subs up. And so on that basis, there was a very strong incentive to do so. And I learned a lot in the process. I'd be very happy to extend an offer of just a conversation about what we did, which may be of assistance, should you wish to take it up.
Thank you. That's really appreciated, and we absolutely will do that. Thank you very much.
Happy to move that we receive the report, and Bill's seconding that. So in saying that, thank you very, very much for coming today, and it's great to see you here, and we will put that into the long-term plan as a submission. But more importantly, it's really good to see the work that you're doing. And as to echo Rohario, it is an important voice. And that was the discussions that we had with the Chamber, and to give the Chamber of Commerce their due, they recognise the need for that voice, and they've supported you. So well done. Okay. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Tēnā tātou.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, long-term plan action tracker.
Morning all, I'm not Sarah.
Oh, you're not Sarah.
Got a substitute this morning. And the usual speech on this thing, which is my team, the corporate planning team, collate this information, but all tricky questions need to go to the GMs because they know more about the details of anything which you want to talk about than I do. Just to clarify on paragraph 4, the table got itself a little bit corrupted. So if you're looking to look for the numbers, ignore the left-hand number every time.
All right.
Because that's just paragraph numbering. So the important numbers are LTP 6 on track, 4 off track, 58 completed. And LTP A stroke annual plan, 6 on track, 1 off track, 37 completed.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for me.
That's the explanation. So I know Bill's going to talk about the rating structure proposals. I'm going to suggest that we include that in the BIM for the incoming minister to have a look at, because it could be done on a national scale by the minister. And it would certainly help people if we did that. And so how up to date is this? Because isn't Peter Road unconditional? It is unconditional, isn't
So
it?
some of the collation is a fraction out of date. We've
Okay.
compiled it for the last meeting. It got a little bit held up with other things going on. We've tried to refresh some things, but again, if you want specifics, the GM in person is probably the right person to talk to.
Okay. The one thing that is continuing to bother me is the Farm Street bus stop. It appears in several places in our plans. And my understanding was, because it comes up later on, I think in the Mount planning, but my understanding was that the regional council went and met with the Arataki liaison group and various others. I'm looking at Nick, because this is transport. The alternate that they were proposing, which was the ambulance station, is now being fully used. So that's not available. And so we were then continuing with the business case for the super stop in Farm Street. So that was my understanding of where we'd got to, but that's not reflected in any of the papers we have in front of us today. And it's something I'd really like to get finished before we leave, because that community has been left hanging now for something like 4 years, maybe longer, with the temporary solution that was put in place. So it would be really, really good to get some attention on that and get this wound up with a solution that the community have some certainty about. Please. And then the last thing that I'll raise, and I know that others have got, and it's probably to the chief executive, I'm just a bit nervous about the board of Te Manuataki o Te Papa taking over the Memorial Park project when we as a council haven't agreed with the scope and the budget. And when we handed over Te Manuataki to the board, to the CCO, to manage the city rebuild, we had the scope of it very clear, the budget very clear, and what we were looking for was the project management to be done by people who know how to do it. At Memorial Park, since we had the long-term plan discussions 2021, we really have not had a council decision on what we're doing there and how much we're putting in. And I think we should be, I think that's the responsibility of council before we hand it over to a group of people to project manage.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I think what we did have is we do have a budget and a broad scope, and as they've moved into designs, I think what we're finding is that there's change to the original scope, and so it's something that I'll take up, and I think perhaps revisit and have a conversation with the team and you about where it sits until such time as we've got final designs.
Hey, Bill.
Thanks, Chair. So the rating structure proposals, we considered all of this in our first LTP, so it's well over 2 years ago. And as a result of that, we did do some tweaks to the TCC policy. Understand all of that. However, in terms of this national scheme, if there was an absolute frustration, I have it, in terms of the lack of progress in that space. I'm not sure how long that national initiative had been underway before we commenced as commissioners, but we've been here 2.5 years. And not a lot seems to be happening. So I'm really concerned on that basis because I see it as a key way of addressing some of those concerns of those who are on fixed or limited incomes. We've had the discussion earlier on in terms of the council needing to increase its revenue and also the increase in the CapEx program. So I'm really looking at the team. Anything you can do to move this along, I support the chair's comments in terms of us including it in the briefing to the incoming minister. But it just needs a good hurry up and kick along on a national basis. So that's part of my frustration in terms of that initiative.
If I can just make comment on it. So last Thursday, Auckland Council actually resolved to provide 600,000 of funding towards this. And we will replicate that paper to the Commission at the next available meeting. Part of their conditional funding was that the remainder of the steering group, which is a number of other councils, actually include some funding as well to be able to move that initiative forward. So yes, it has taken quite some time now with a new government. We certainly look to put that forward, and that steering group will certainly be looking to push that now.
Thanks, Paul. Paul, power to your arm in terms of whatever you need to do in terms of pushing that along. My second, and it's not a question, Chair, comment is on page 67 and the Kāinga Tupu resilience and about the community wellbeing hub. I see there is some action there, but again, it's been around for a wee while. So I'm just keen to see a bit of progress, particularly before we depart.
Thanks, Ian. Just wanted to acknowledge, I think just looking at the number of projects and, we through the LTP, we have all those submissions come through, but 58 complete. I think it's pretty good. There's still 4 yet to work through. I do have a question though, and that's in relation to Gloucester. Is this the property that, is this the one in relation to Ngā Pōtiki? And the access
to MPBI.
Yeah, through
and
MPBI.
The land swap. Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. Yep,
Okay. And we're still working through that.
Yeah, we're still working through that. We've had a bit of a reset with MPBI on that, so it's continuing much slower than what we had anticipated. But this is I think it's a case of the hare and the tortoise. We have to slow down to get the model right, to get cracking on it, but we're working on that.
Receiving the report and noting progress to date. So moved by Bill, seconded by Shad. My one other question, there seem to be some different answers around the equine and the equestrian strategy. So they seem to be a bit sort of mixed up. But I understand that not the sub-regional equine, but the equestrian strategy. So we're now working with Tessa on a Bay of Plenty, on a Tauranga, or sort of Western Bay. Yeah, Western Bay equestrian strategy. Okay. It's in two different places. And the other one was about Tauranga. So I thought we were starting a business case on the construction demolition materials process at Tauranga, and we'd invited other regional councils to come in with us. This looks like that's now on hold, and we're doing a big regional waste infrastructure analysis. This is sort of paralysis by analysis. Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Is
no-
this paralysis by analysis, and what's happened to our project?
Yeah, no, the regional wide
I feel partly responsible.
strategy had started before that, so that just
Okay.
feeds into the business case. So there's that keeps tracking on. We're going well to plan, so we will be able to present that in as part of the LTP deliberations, definitely. And having done this reset, I think, you know, from a financial point of view for council, it looks like it will work really well. And we've also seen that there's interest from the private market to have a C&D, commercial and demolition facility in Tauranga. So that might be something that is being set up outside of our involvement. So working towards what's now, I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like a really good result for us with a reset.
All right. Okay.
So early December, I think we're looking at the completed business case for that.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else? Moved and seconded to receive the report and note what is very good progress. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Draft property acquisitions and disposals post policy. So I thought so we'll hear from you, and then what I thought we might do is just go through the issues one by one. Okay.
Kia ora, I am Jennifer Ross and policy analyst in the team here. And this policy was introduced 2 years ago and was scheduled for reviews every 2 years. So this is the first review. And yeah, we've worked through talking to staff and members of Tauranga Pū about how they've found the policy so far and identified issues that need to be addressed. And those are what we have brought to you today.
Say anything, Simon?
No, so Simon Collett, manager of strategic property. So just confirming that I've reviewed the policy and how our team would apply it, and we're happy with the result.
Okay. So the issues in front of us are, the first one is to improve, well, I mean, apart from anything else, we've got to put in the asset realisation reserve. So that's a key part of the review. The first issue is to improve transparency of the property classification process. Any problems with the recommendations there? That is clauses 5, because it's very helpful that you've provided the red. So that's clauses 5.6.3 and clause 5.7.4. Happy with that? Seem to be sensible. Then the second one is to clarify the use of the Strategic Acquisitions Fund, and that is clause 5.5.2. Happy with that? Sets it out. Okay, and then to the next one is 3 recommendations working with that new asset realisation reserve. The question that I have is then does that, because it is council selling council property to fund council projects, is it explicit enough that the RFR process isn't triggered? It's the only question I had, because you wouldn't expect that it would be triggered. Am I reading too much into it?
With the asset realisation reserve, it's just an approach. So it's not the way I the way I've always viewed it is it's not a sale and it's not a decision to sell. So it's a decision that the property may not be required for strategic or operational purposes. So I can't see how that would trigger the RFR process or a classification process. Classification happens subsequent to it.
Perhaps provide an alternative view. I think what the asset realisation reserve does is sets aside and said that these pieces of land are going to be utilised for a certain purpose in terms of the funding, but the actual disposal methodology or approach would still have to go through the assessment as to whether or not it's strategic and therefore whether or not RFR applies or not. It's just what you're really earmarking is that when that money comes in, it's going to be used for a particular purpose.
So it would have to go through the RFA and you would have to identify it as a strategic or what's the term, unique or atypical?
And I think it's actually around the other way. Your first assessment is whether or not it's strategic or not. And if it is strategic, then it goes through the strategic process. If it's not strategic, then it's available for general sale. And if it's available for general sale, then the RFR process kicks in first as an option. Yeah.
Okay. Everyone happy with that? Those three recommendations? About that procedure? Shad?
Sorry, just to clarify that. So what would be in the asset realisation reserve would be known. So, and I think from a mana whenua perspective, they'd have clarity about what pool of properties potentially could be for disposal at some point in the future. So from a mana whenua point of view, there may be some within their rohe that they go, well, actually, at some point that one may come up and we'll prepare ourselves and get ready that when the opportunity does arise, we may be in a position to take it. I suppose I'm just thinking about and it comes on to further down, about the timing of disposal and the 30-day period and those kinds of things. So just thinking through, it does kind of send a signal in terms of the pool of properties available to mana whenua that these properties are potentially available for disposal at some point in the future. I just kind of wanted to make that point.
Right. Chair, didn't kōrua, Shad and I spoke very quickly about that, and we're coming on to terms of timeframes, so we'll flesh it out a bit more there as well. But we're talking big on signalling, what is in the rohe, what is you're going to determine might pop up, and trying to get that time frame extended out early and it's not even a commitment, it's just saying that something might come up to give a longer lead in, because once those 30-day time periods that we'll get onto in a minute start, that still is incredibly onerous on iwi to try and to juggle and get things in order if they think they're in a position to come to the party. So it's more the process. It's the signalling further out to allow iwi to organise if an opportunity presents itself.
Yes, that's correct. And one of the things that we've been quite conscious of is that there will still be properties in there that might be subject to other legislation, such as Reserves Act or the Public Works Act. And so that list of property, we don't always actually have choice about exactly how it gets disposed of, even though it's on our list. So there will be some things that are part of the process. So that's one of the things that iwi have raised with us, is that they have to be careful not to get too excited about just because something's on the list doesn't mean it is going to come to the open market or via an RFR either way. So that's just something we're conscious of with that list, and it has that caveat on it.
Thank you, and I understand that. I probably suggest, though, at no stage will something happen relatively quickly, no matter what classification. I'm sure it's a very reasoned process. It'll take some time. So, given that time frame, again, I'm sure these things don't happen overnight. There is considerable time to consider what you want to do, what the classification, and how it is disposed of. So that longer lead in time, that's where I think there's some value. Rather than a trigger 30-day, discretion 30-day, it's the front footing, perhaps, in terms of process.
All right, so we're all, we're happy with issue 3 and those 3 recommendations? Happy with those?
Just maybe classification. I think Bruce, as I sort of questioned too, I think he raised atypical, the classification, what that meant.
Yeah.
He wanted a bit more clarity.
Interestingly enough, Bruce's comment was he's not certain that the policy clearly explains what constitutes an atypical policy. And I think we've had that comment before, haven't we? Yeah. So you might just want to note that and why it has a specific disposal approach. And we used it with Pitau Street, didn't we, from memory? That was Pitau because it was in the centre of Mount Maunganui and it was a large piece of land that doesn't usually come up in the middle of a residential area. So to value it as a large piece of land from a development perspective for the city as against individual lots then being made available. Have I got that right from memory?
The other one was the Zespri site when that, because that could be used for commercial, it could be used for residential. It had so many different types of options. It could be used for accommodation providers. And it's like actually, and again, of a scale that's not very common. So it's that sort of thing. But I think they are quite few and far between.
Okay, so issue 3, work with asset realisation reserve, those 3 recommendations. Number 4, the realities of timeframes for iwi and hapu. So you're proposing that you note it, adding a footnote as you've indicated, where council staff may at council's discretion. So my question is, what do you mean by council's discretion? We've had these conversations before. Is it a formal council decision? Because that in itself could put in a large time lag. Is it staff who make that decision? And my suggestion would be that we delegate that to the mayor and chief executive to make. So it would be at the discretion of the mayor and chief executive to grant that an extension. Because if you wait for a council meeting and resolution, you're already into that time lag. Whereas I don't think it should be left just to staff either.
I think, yeah, at this point, it is sitting more in the staff space.
Okay, so staff aren't the council. We've had this discussion in policy documents before.
Yeah.
Personally, I think there needs to be some political oversight, and my suggestion would be the mayor and CEO.
Okay.
Delegate to them to make that.
Certainly, I can amend to have that kind of delegation in here.
Roharia.
Kia ora. So this, I think Wayne and Shad have already, talked about this, but my question is, where does the 30-day timeframe come from? Because when I put on my hapu hat, we have hui once a month. That's not long enough to be notified, to then have a hui with my hapu, to then provide something, to then get back to the council in writing. And then I'm not sure to then also have the opportunity to discuss with the iwi and other neighbouring hapu who may also be mana whenua in this space. And I've also read the Tauranga Pū comments around this as well, because they did have concerns, and I just don't think a request to the council, which we've now clarified who that is for an extension, will even assist in that area. So, and even having the lists made available, which was also on my things of, having that prior notification. I still don't think 30 days is long enough. And so I was really asking, where does that 30 days come from? What is that based on? And if it is just a council thing, we're asking this of iwi and hapu, and it's trying to have an understanding of what their decision-making processes are about.
So in fairness, that was a political decision. So when we set this policy up 2 years ago, in fact, the first request from Tauranga Pū was 90 days in each of these qualifications, in each of these steps. And we just think that that's just too long a process. That's just not fair to the wider ratepayers. So we brought it back to the 30 days. But in fact, the expectation is that those discussions would be had at Rangapu prior to it ever being brought to council for even consideration to classify it for surplus. So that there was, as well as the list, which is publicly available now, but as well as that, there would be an early heads up that this was being considered to come to council for disposal and a conversation about the classification of it. So there would be good early notice before you get into this process. So that was the decision we made 2 years ago, and that's where the 30 days came from.
And so for that decision, are we stuck with that 30-day decision now, or is that something that can be amended?
Well, that is why that's what we're doing here with the review, and that's what mana whenua have asked, and that's what we're discussing now, whether we increase that or the staff's recommendation is that we allow on a case-by-case basis an extension to be requested. Remember, this is land that is owned by the general ratepayer, basically, of Tauranga. And we've put in place the RFR process, and all we're trying to do is to get a reasonably smooth process for council and the iwi and hapu to move through together. So, I mean, you can propose that it's extended, but that's not the recommendation that the staff have made.
Okay, and I suppose I'm just asking these questions based on some of the work that I work on through public works takings and returning of that land to mana whenua and trying to identify the right mana whenua groups and work with them, and when they need to discuss amongst themselves, it takes years. And so I think to move from 30 days, I understand the point around ratepayers, taxpayers, and but
it's different from Public Works Act.
Yes,
quite
I acknowledge that as well. But when I'm put on a hapu hat and having that discussion with hapu members, all good that you may raise it at Te Rangapu, but to be honest, the people who sit on Te Rangapu are not necessarily the same people that sit and make the decisions at a hapu or iwi level. So there needs to be that broader discussion with them. So I'm just raising the point here for the discussion for us to have today around, I don't think the 30-day timeline is long enough for those discussions to take place, especially if you need to, iwi and hapu need to discuss with each other and negotiate with each other as well.
Chad.
Kia ora. I mean, as part of this conversation, I suppose I was comfortable enough if that there was enough lead-in, and from my perspective, in terms of what's in the reserve is known, and so it gives our iwi hapu a signal that these properties will potentially be available at some point in the future. And I think the onus is on us to be organised enough that when these things do come forward, that we're in a position to take advantage of them. Putting aside the 30 days, I mean, the 30 days is a process that we need to work through. But I'm also comfortable with the discretion of the Mayor and Chief Executive to apply some discretion if needed.
Sorry, fear of repeating. That sounds deja vu. I think we just went through this. So again, I'll repeat. I think the secret is in the leader, but having said that, I don't profess to know how that looks. I don't know when the first option will avail itself to say we can go out and at least signal there's something going on. Having said that, I would get comfort if I saw a framework or a process around that, rather than just totally discretionary and in good faith we'll give an undertaking just to go out at first opportunity. So I must confess I don't know what that looks like, but if we can apply and try and shake something out, the answer might reveal itself. But that's what I would dearly like to see ultimately.
So what is the process? So my understanding is that the work, well, and it's a pity Materi isn't here because the most of what the council does is discussed with the rangapu prior to it ever being finalised in a report and brought through to a council. Would that be correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So if the council was considering selling a property, it's going to come off that asset realisation list into a report that would go to the rangapu while that report was being put together. And so they would get that early heads up, and then it would come to council, and council meets once every 3 weeks. So there might be a couple of weeks before it actually gets to council and a decision is made on the status of that. So then that's when it enters the top of this process, and then it goes through the different steps before it even gets to the RFR process. So that's the existing process. But the other bit of it is what the two of you have said, is that list is available now. It's public now. So anyone can look at it. And I would imagine, I would be very surprised if iwi and hapu haven't been scrolling through that, identifying properties where there is a history and a desire to have that back in. And actually there's nothing stopping them coming to council at any stage to talk about any of those properties. They don't have to wait for this process to come to them.
Well, right, Chair, we are aware, well, most part, but it's when it triggered, because it sit there for years and nothing happens. So you can have foresight of the list and the schedule.
Why would you sit back?
Well, what we're hoping is that if there's movement on that list and something starting to shake behind the scenes that we're unaware of, again, it's an early signal going, that one's sat on the list for 10 years, 20 years. There's some movement because ABC's happened in central government, it's pushed up here, we're about to do this, and it's an early signal to Rangapu. And look, there's an undertaking, we can discuss this with Rangapu that, you know, when there is an onus on us to move when something like that falls on our table, and hopefully deal with it in a timely fashion. But it's that early signal, because most of this whenua, and you know, we talk about surplus here. I mean, all whenua in Tauranga, a hapu somewhere believes they whakapatu and that's theirs. So, you know, we talk in the Pākehā terms surplus, all of it, it's sort of not surplus, it's ours. When it becomes available, we want to put our foot on it if we can. So it's a matter of, but then comes all the logistical challenges of hui to decide what we want to do, if we want to do something. Then if there's funding involved, I mean, trying to get funds to, again, put our foot on that to get organised to be able to put that forward. So there's a lot of logistics there and entities, hapu entities, iwi, that just aren't geared up for that to move quickly. So I think we're all saying the same thing, just want some assurances that an early trigger, if there's movement on that list, that it's becoming surplus, that rangapu, hapu and iwi get an early notification to start moving if it presents itself. I don't think, and some sort of process and framework on how that works, if possible.
Atapia.
Ai, morena tātou. First of all, every year the rangapu have a hui with TCC at the beginning of every year. They set out their priorities. That list can be on that review annually.
Annually, yeah.
The second point is that I would say 99% of our hapu have a hapu protocol with TCC. We have our maps that are identified in those protocols. And through that map is the identification of the whenua that may come up on that list, has associations and interests with the hapu based on our hapu protocol or based on our hapu management plan. A case and example, Ngaitiahi. I just happen to be a Ngaitiahi member. And so, you know, in terms of Te Pāhau, so the Welcome Bay Mangatapu roundabout, and the surplus lands from NZTA and the lands that TCC have as a recreational reserve within the Te Riu or the Valley of Te Pāhau are currently under discussions between us around how that return will look like. So I'm pleased to say that, you know, it was signalled at a hui that was hosted by Ngāi probably 5 or more years ago, prior to, well, in the last council that were in place before the commissioners presented to them. So it has taken a long time to get to that point. However, you know, that notification period and that lead-in time has been ample. I think there are several triggers on both sides in terms of the hapu to identify those lands that sit within their hapu management plan, their hapu protocols. TCC have an extensive GISing mapping system that far outweighs us just walking across the whenua and identifying sites of significance. So it's marrying those two together. And then the list, if the list is accompanied by a map that clearly identifies property A with site A and where they sit within the respective hapu, I think that would give clear vision around where those properties sit and who might be interested in those. But at the end of the day, it's up to the hapu to determine what's strategically important to them. And so some hapu have clearly identified that. Ngāi Tamarawaho, you know, have clearly demonstrated what is important in Te Papa, and then council need to recognise that they're not the only hapu that are within this rohe. So, you know, there leads to those conversations, which are outside of this, but still come in within the scope. So, yeah, I'm just providing those opportunities to see how we can work this in to get a process that has a lot of lead in, and then the 30 days can kick in. I also am happy with the Mayor and the CE being involved as well. Kia ora.
All right, so I've lost my place now. So we're happy, move on, but we do, I think that's a good idea to do that overlapping and provide that through to the rangapu. So there's a good picture then. Yeah. 5, this is dealing with the valuations where there's valuations more than 10%. My only question on that is, do you need to exclude from that? Because it might be just an ordinary section. And you'd, you know, maybe worth around 450 and you get one at 410 and one at 480. Do you really want to get a third valuation? I can understand it for the big properties, but 10% in some of those circumstances might be more, you'd spend all the difference in your valuations. Do you want to put a properties over a certain amount?
And that's a really good point.
Perhaps when the dollar value is more than $50,000 or $100,000, something.
Yeah, so 500,000 and it's differing by more than 50. Yeah, I agree.
I'm just thinking of those Granada Street sections. Why would you be bothered? You just
lose money after paying for
That's right. That's right. And as Bill keeps telling me, you know, valuations are an art, not a science. Okay, so we just make a slight change to that. Everyone happy with that? And then then the 6th one is, so this is one that Mana Whenua, the rangapu were quite keen on, is that right? From memory? To prevent council from selling the property. So we go through the process. And I can't remember now. I have to go to it.
This was something that was talked about briefly, and it did get put aside reasonably comfortably. But yeah, it was where so in a normal business RFR, if you were then going to go to make an offer to somebody else and you were actually going to offer it at 100,000 less, you couldn't do that. You'd have to go back to, it would trigger a restart of the RFR. And so that's what we're not recommending going to. This is not a commercial RFR.
Sorry, but is there a right of first refusal or?
So they've been through that process, can't agree or can't
secure it.
Can't secure it. And so the council then puts it out to the market, and it ends up being sold for less.
Yeah, so can I indulge, Chair? I some reason it doesn't sit well with me. It keeps bringing me back to the side. I don't want to relitigate. I'm sure you've gone through it and was talked to, and I think Rangapu raised it along with valuations, and I saw the valuations too independent, and someone comes in, they talked about, is there a cultural component in that valuation, which I'm sure there isn't. There should be in some cases.
It's a market valuation.
It's a market valuation. So going back to the first right of, and it keeps sitting with me, why, and I keep going back to the COPUP and the reason why that's there. The right of first refusal, the first option. And I'm sure there's intent. So to that is an intent. So if we can keep hold of the intent, why that's been offered up to mana whenua first. So I'll just give an exaggerated example to try and illustrate the point. So a property comes up and let's say it's 5 million. For whatever reasons, hapuiwi don't take up the option, the first option. And again, for whatever circumstances, it ends up being 1 million less. Sounds 4 million. Or it's offered up at 4 million. Now, that's a different circumstance because you've got hapuiwi sitting there saying, no, that's terribly frustrating because it's a lot less than that first option for whatever reasons. So I'm scribbling in my notes here, is your option a percentage, greater than it does trigger and come back? I understand why we don't want to get into that spiral, that circular. I get it all day long. But I keep going back to the intent. The first right refusal is there to try and get mana whenua engaged and trying to, in my language, do the right thing. We shouldn't lose sight of that just because of a process. We get to a stage where it's market, this is the way business is done, this is how we flick it. If it is now, so that's what I'll dub back to the cultural component of it in evaluation. Okay, you've got your market valuation, it's worth X, and the independent valuers come in and do that. But they can also attach a note saying it is in a rohi in an area of cultural significance. Okay, we're not going to put a dollar value to it, but we'll attach it. And it's relevant to a specific hapu iwi. So it attaches, and then we get back to this right of first refusal. So I don't know if I'm illustrating the point well, but I just feel that, we've got through that process and off we go. It's all terribly commercial and market driven. I think there comes a stage where, because I'll know if I'm sitting there with my hapuiwi hat on and we find out that this thing's sold for a considerable value less than what was offered at first, right? That's not going to sit well at all. So I'm hoping to, I don't know if that would ever exist, but I don't know.
What is the legal position? What would be the legal position if we have gone through the process? I'm just looking at the chart. We've gone through the process and the market value can't be agreed between, so it's gone through the RFR process, hadn't been agreed with mana whenua, and we go out to the market, on the open market, and we put it on the open market and we get, let's say, the circumstances that Wayne's agreed, and we only get one person who's prepared to pay considerably less for that property. I mean, I presume might depend on the method that we put it on the open market, because we would have some contractual obligations in some circumstances to then say, oh, well, sorry, we're going to go back. Thank you for your tender. but we're going to go back and offer it now to someone else. What would be, is there a legal issue there?
Kia ora, can I just jump in here? I just want to clarify Wayne's point, because there's nothing stopping mana whenua from also participating in the process,
No,
the
that's
second
right.
process. So they could potentially put in an offer for 4 million and win. So I think that may help to stop the spiral and the thing going backwards.
I have no doubt it could, because 2 bids on 4-4. What happens if it doesn't go to mana whenua at the same price? Just going to your point, Chair, closed tender processes. So I think quite often in the tender process, you determine what that process can and can't be in the commercial world. Closed tender process. Could there be? As I say, I didn't have the answer.
Christine.
I've got a suggestion. Potentially what you could do is add into the policy that where our Tauranga mana whenua haven't taken up the RFR option, that when council subsequently takes the property to market, council must advise the relevant iwi and hapu that the process is progressing and the timeframes, and notify that they are welcome to participate. So that means that it doesn't go to market and they don't know about it. So whatever, and I think my understanding, and Simon will clarify, is that we look at what's an appropriate market process for the particular piece of land. So some of it might go to tender, some of it might just be advertised. If it's a residential property, it might be just advertised through Harcourts or someone. So we'll do different things with different properties, but we could add a provision and that make sure that mana whenua are alerted, and then they can make the decision amongst themselves as to whether they want to put a, if they felt it wasn't worth that much but was worth less, they could choose to participate in the process. So at least then it doesn't go and you haven't had any opportunity. It may help.
I think that's a sensible solution, because depends on the property, doesn't it? As to the method for sale. The important thing is the intent is to give them the first right of refusal. So if it goes to market, that they're notified that it is actually going to market, and they could put in their offer still the same.
Yeah, so the problem with the usual RFR process is that once you go through that first process, and then as vendor you want to then sell the property, and if it is at a lower value, then you've got to go back to the other party, give them 10 working days, 15 working days, or whatever it might be. And that effectively prevents you from selling it under certain methodologies. You can't go to auction. You couldn't sell it at auction. Tender processes are very difficult, because then you've got to go back to the RFR process before you accept the offer you want to go through. So it really does impinge your ability to sell it. I like Christine's idea. I think that's really good. And that's 100% the intent anyway, is that we would then engage mana whenua. We talked to them before we actually went through the open market process, but what we don't want is that open market process being impacted negatively. So I'd be more than agreeable to that.
Okay, so let's add that into so it's clear in the process.
And the second point, Chair, is there's no real particular legal issue. It's a contractual issue, so it's whether in the contract you provide for a secondary process or not. If you don't, there's no legal requirement to do so.
All right, so what we've got is the council the staff recommendations with additions into 4, that it's at the discretion of the Mayor and Chief Executive. The extension is at the discretion of the Mayor and Chief Executive. In number 5, that it applies to properties with a value of over 500K. And then in 6, that we're going to have an explicit requirement for notifying the hapu or iwi before going to the open market at that last stage where they've not reached. I was going to say unsuccessful hapu, but it's not really unsuccessful. There's probably a better word, I can't think of it, but you know what I mean. Everyone knows what we're meaning.
I suggest one more change just on, what's the page, the actual policy, it says review date, it says this policy will review 2 yearly after adoption. That was intended to be a one-off because the
That's
RFR,
right.
so we can probably remove that and it would be in the normal cycle, which is if something needs to be updated, we would review it and otherwise we would leave it.
Thank you. I was
yeah.
going to ask, because I didn't think we'd said
No.
every 2 years.
No,
We
you said
put it into
once.
place and said, let's have a look at
Correct.
how it's working.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone happy with all of that?
Oh, just,
Yeah.
page 79.
Oh, yes, yes.
Otherwise, they the policy that are going to find out with the resolutions.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be helpful. And what about Bruce's comments? Oh, and I just looked at the atypical property. I'm not sure what else you could say.
My recollection of that is at the time we got some valuers' advice as to whether or not that would describe it sufficiently to help us get advice from valuers as to whether a property would meet that. So I'm a bit with you about, I don't know how else we would do it in a manner that then a valuer could look at it and go, yes, I think this meets the atypical property definition.
All right, let's not mess with it. Let's not mess with it. And he's not here to argue his case. Okay, so we've got some recommendations then. Someone prepared to move those? Stephen? Thank you. Wayne, second. Any further discussion? Had a good go? All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Are we on? Yes, so we need to have a 5-minute stand up and turn around. Thank you very much. And our coffees arrived. Oh. Thank you very much.
Discussion with these former Hobeck lawyers.
How are we going? We're getting there, aren't we? We are getting there.
Relatively good clock.
We're on time. I think we're on time. I didn't work out a timing.
Well, mind you, the minute you do that, you almost guarantee that
That's right.
and
That was part of my initial training at Napier City Council when I got made a committee chair, and part of the pre-agenda we allocated the timing. And I think at the end of the first 6 months I said, it never works. It never works. I'm never able to anticipate where the conversation's going to timing, which probably is the jinx. And we're up to natural hazard and resilience planning. Good morning. We're in your hands. You and Nick, is it?
Yeah, just by way of introduction. So Natalie is here, Manager Asset Services. This paper is about slope hazard and landslide susceptibility. As you know, we have a program of natural hazard and resilience planning, flooding, liquefaction, inundation, all those sorts of things that we need to know about to keep people safe and property and infrastructure secure. And the paper today is for information only, and some highlights I can ask maybe Natalie to run you through.
Kia ora. Yes, as Nick mentioned, the purpose of this paper is for information only, and it's an update on our slope hazard zone mapping and the release of our landslide susceptibility mapping. Our slope hazard zones was last updated in 2002, and we have recently updated these using more up-to-date ground level information. The zones are based on a relationship between slope height and angle, with a failure zone, regression zone, and runout zone identified. The landslide susceptibility mapping is basically taking the failure zone, but considering additional factors such as local terrain, geological and hydrological conditions, and the mapping was developed for susceptibility to rainfall-induced landslide and earthquake-induced landsliding. We have sent out about 15,000 letters at the start of this month, informing landowners either whether or not they are still within these zones or are not within these zones on their properties. And we will have 4 drop-in sessions starting this week for the community to come to talk to us about the information.
For that, I have to say that, I'm probably going to jinx it again, but I've only had a couple of emails from people, so I hope that means that they're going to take advantage of those drop-in sessions and come with any concerns or questions but I mean, it was quite amazing to only get a few emails. I hope that means they're going to come, and I hope that means they've read the letter.
Did you receive mine, Chair?
You got a letter. Well, I think the important thing is that the public understand that we're doing this all the time. This is an ongoing process. As technology changes, it enables us to get more information, and as we get that information, we're sharing that with people. I know Shad's going to talk about his experience going into the website, but the more information that people have, the better decisions that they can then make. And of course, you know, the weather events mean that we have to be that much more vigilant and be aware of the risks that we're taking. And I often say to people, I think I live in paradise out in Ohope, but opposite us, we have an active volcano. That's Whakaari. Behind us, we have slope instability, and the cliffs have fallen, and unfortunately, there have been fatalities. And we have sea level rise, and we have tsunami risk, but we still love living there, but we understand the risks. And that's the really important thing about all of this, is that people take advantage of the information we've got and understand the risks, and then be prepared, I guess, when something untoward happens. Shad.
Thanks, Anne. I did go into the website and had a good look around on the mapping tool. And so having that information, I think, helps people make informed decisions about, where they want to live, or if they want to live in a particular location, understanding what those risks are. And in my case, I'm living on a floodplain, and where I am, subject to liquefaction. And those were decisions we made at the time when we built a house in this particular location. But now, 50 metres around the corner, there's slope hazards not above our house. But so all of this information actually adds to build a profile about the risks associated with living in particular locations. So whether you're living on the coastline, living on the top of a peninsula with great views, all of those things you have to factor into the decisions we make. But then also from a council and a regulatory point of view, helps us make decisions about planning, understanding, as a city grows, future urban development, and all those kinds of things, but also managing the infrastructure that we have currently. So all of this information builds a great picture and hopefully assists people in making those kinds of decisions.
Thanks, Chad. And it's not intended to scare people, really, because actually we take a risk every time we step out onto a road. And I think the chances of being run over, knocked over by a car are probably greater than Shad's house being flooded. But so every day we take risks, but it's understanding what those risks are and thinking about being prepared and thinking about the things that we can do to prepare for them. It's not intended to scare people, but it is good information. So we are receiving the report only. Shad.
I did have a question. So in terms of feedback, have we got feedback, and what kind of feedback have we got?
Yes, we have had quite a number of people either ringing us or emailing us. Mainly it was struggling to get into the website and getting to the correct layer. So I thought that was going to be your comment, because it was actually off the first weekend it was launched, which is unfortunate. We had issues with the GIS site. And then also understanding why they've got this information on their site and what it means for them. So a lot of concerns, people, and as you said, and this is for their information, this is to help the community save. They don't necessarily have to do anything with it now, but it is a trigger for future, if they come in for the future for building consents, and it's up for us to use as for planning information.
And it's changed. So
Yes.
some people have come off.
Yes.
And other people have gone on.
Yes.
Shad's, you're moving it. Yep, Shad's moving. We received the report and Bill's seconding it. Any further comments? All right. Well, good luck with the. I hope you get a good turnout at your drop-in sessions.
So much, Anne.
Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Mount Planning and Delivery Program update. Carl's lurking down the back there. Oh, right. Sarah's going to lead it off? Okay.
This is just our regular update on the Mount Planning and Delivery Program, and a reminder that that's been set up really just as an oversight of all of the pieces of work that are happening in the Mount. So there's no decision making on specific projects for the program, but it's a way that we can coordinate the delivery, connect all of our communications and make good decisions, and not trip ourselves up when we are working with the community in that area. We've got some updates in there on the hub, which has got a really steady increase in people visiting, lots of community groups using it, project teams within the council are working with community from that base, and you'll see some requests for some regular use from like the Marwell Trust and also various groups wanting a place that, like the Mount Business Association, that they can always come to, which is fantastic. We've got an update in there on our communication and coordination efforts, which has been particularly successful in the transport projects, trying to get some key messages aligned across all of the small projects of work that are in place, but just having key messages to remind the community what we're trying to achieve, because they can be disruptive. And our continued efforts to engage with tangata whenua and make sure that we are providing the information that they need, and that the projects themselves are thinking about engagement at the right time in projects, which is in the pre-planning stage. So I think that's been a real part of the success of the program. We've got that large A4 A3 at the back of the report that just gives you an update snapshot on all of the Mount projects that are underway and where they're at. It's really over to any questions.
Okay, so can I start with the Mount Hub? Because I'm just a little bit concerned that this started as something temporary and it's now morphing into something that's more permanent, and we haven't made a definite decision around that. So I was a bit concerned to see the efforts to increase the use of it, particularly as a service centre, which will mean eventually when the temporary lease runs out, we will have established ourselves without actually consciously deciding that we were going to establish it as a service hub in the Mount. And I think that's a conversation that we need to have sooner rather than later before we start doing all this stuff. Because I can tell you from experience, when you cancel meeting space for community groups, they get a bit angst. So can we put that in some form of discussion?
We can. Sarah might have something to say to that, do you?
We've made that really clear when we are arranging those kind of, when people want to use the space on a monthly basis and with staff as well. We've got an 18-month lease on that site and we want it to be used and not an empty space. So we've just been making sure we can get as many people through the door as possible. It is a risk that we will definitely need to manage.
Yeah, you're just raising expectations. I think we need to be, before we start having it as a service centre for general inquiries and payments, it's that sort of stuff that's really worrying me. Because the expectation will be there, and it may well be that we decide that actually it is a really good idea. But I think we need to make that consciously. Do you want to add into that?
And just on that point, Chair, in terms of when we have that discussion, what the role, if there is any, in terms of the Mount Library, in terms of that whole service centre vis-a-vis just a library. So it's just putting that package together.
So that was my first thing. The second thing was around the parking management. And I thought when we had the discussion, and certainly I've had discussions with various people consequently, I thought that we were not just targeting ratepayers and Main Street. I thought we were going to be checking the views of residents, of shoppers, and particularly of walkers, you know, people who use the Mount, who come to use the Mount and the Mount Beach. So I would be very worried if we were just limiting our targeted feedback to the business owners, because they've already made their position clear. It's actually the people that we really want to understand the needs of. So that paragraph 47 worried me. And then along with that, I think we need to make it clear that we're talking about the 2024-25 tourist season. Because I've had a couple of people say, well, the next tourist season's about to start. Are you doing something by Christmas? So we are talking 2024-25, yeah.
That's my understanding. And having spoken to Reece around the parking management plan engagement, I do understand it as that fuller engagement with the community, which will kick off shortly. Okay, because
so heads up, we will be looking for that. I've talked about the Arataki bus interchange. I just don't understand why we're not putting a timeline on Ocean Beach Road, Girvan Road, Maranui intersection upgrade. It's very vague that it's dependent on other projects in the area in this A3. And we need to get on and do it if we've done the consultation with the community. The last thing they need is for a long delay.
That's right. I can provide some more information on timelines for that. Thank you.
And then finally, Gulf Reserve, there was, Barbara, there was a commitment to see if we can get on with the community gardens. They're not even mentioned in here.
I know that Ross and the team are working on that, so I'll be able to provide you an update and make sure it gets onto these regular updates.
And that's me, I think. Bill.
Thanks, Chair. I've got 3 or 4 questions here. Paragraph 40 talks about the priority 1 blueprint, so I understand that work's been undertaken. In terms of the availability and the presentation of that blueprint, will that coincide when we get the Mount Industrial Area Planning Study? Because it seems to me the two are well linked in.
Yes, yep, agree that they are well linked in. We understand there is a draft. The priority 1 are working with a steering group to receive final comments on that draft, and then would be in a position to present it to commissioners following that. So we'll follow up with Nigel Tutt in terms of that timing, but also agree that that information needs to be in front of you when you're looking at the broader Mount Industrial Planning Study.
Thank you. And then flicking down to paragraph 45 talks about we, along with the Regional Council, are looking at commissioning an independent review of the health risk assessment for Mount Maunganui report. I just wanted to, not necessarily here, because you may not know, understand what the time frame for all that is at some point. Secondly, just making the point, because I didn't see it referenced in the report, that if we are to rely on, as part of what may happen as a result of the Mount Industrial Planning Study, and particularly if we were looking at changes to the district plan, we need, how I term it, an environment court standard of proof or evidence. So that's an important part of any peer review and what we rely on for that health risk assessment. So I just wanted to make that point. And then over in the A3s, just in terms of Coronation Park, and I suppose I'm looking at Barbara on this one, we had a discussion about some, not master planning of it, but was really just a review in terms of what's happening in all of that space. The reference talks about it's dependent on council discussions with mana whenua. So I was just wanting some clarification around that, because when we Commission spoke about that, that was going to be a reasonably timely review in terms of Coronation Park.
Yes, and so a draft plan was prepared for Coronation Park that we got some feedback from yourselves. That was put on hold. I don't know if the confusion is that we also had the other proposal around that structure, that the Waka structure that we presented, and that'll when we decide what's happening there, we'll know. So I think we're about to get you something quite quickly after that.
Okay.
To make that call.
No, thank you. And final question, in terms of, and on page 102, the Mount Industrial Planning Study, under the December-January 24th column, it talks about the draft industrial plan comes to this committee for endorsement. Above that, it talks about the draft spatial plan. But for the industrial plan, potentially then we'd get into looking at a plan change. I'm just wanting to ensure that if that's the direction we head, that discussion for the council happens in a relatively timely manner in terms of starting that process off, Carl.
Yes, so as part of our December reporting, We'd bring the program for the Mount Spatial Plan for endorsement, the key recommendations of the industrial planning study, but also Andy Mead's City Planning and Growth team will bring forward the forward work program for plan changes, which will speak to the industrial and commercial at that same meeting, as I understand it. Yeah, it's nodding.
All potential plan changes, including industrial centres, all of those factors. So then you can look at the balance of program across the city and make a call on what your priorities are.
Kia ora. I just had some questions around the table under city planning and growth, and the last two lines there around managing activity around Whareroa Marae and the Mount Maunganui Air Quality Working Party. I see that over the next year or so, it's just all ongoing, and I acknowledge that the working party is led by regional council, but just wanting to understand how that's going, what's the general direction, and is there some sort of milestones we're aiming for, or will it just be ongoing?
I can talk to the managing activity around Whareroa, Sarah, perhaps to the second one. So in term, particularly around Whareroa, as you'll be aware, there are ongoing actions in terms of council working with Hapu and the Whareroa community. So we probably do need to capture that a bit more articulately here. But also we will have actions that are coming out of the Mount Spatial Plan process and the industrial planning study that relate directly to Whareroa community. So I think we'll come back and look to start to add more detail into that based on the outcomes of those studies.
Workshop at the end of this meeting that there's quite a few of that in there. Bill and Shad are our representatives on the air quality. Anything they want to discuss and open, because it is ongoing. But actually, in fairness, a lot of it is captured in the industrial study, which is where the similar discussions are happening. And so out of that industrial study, some of that will come rather than through the air quality.
And just for information, the air quality working group is meeting mid-November in terms of where things are at and then what the future may or may not look like, given the raft of work that's currently going on.
So I've got Sarah. Did you want to make a direct comment into Pia?
What we could do that would be helpful, I think, is identify what agenda items are coming up. Those meetings tend to be quarterly, so we can highlight the types of discussions like the health report. There's a real onus on both councils to be reporting back at the November Working Party meeting on the actions that they are both taking, as well as an onus on Ministry for the Environment and Te Whatu Order. So we can provide that and it'll be a better indicator of where those conversations are going.
Your battery's died, is it?
Yep. I'll come to you. Thank you. Yeah, just, I mean, it just looks like it's just like nothing there, things are happening, but we just don't know what those steps are, and doesn't need to be heaps of information. Like as Bill said, just like meeting will be taking place on this time and acknowledge that it is captured somewhere else, but it just helps to provide, there are some steps in there.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Chair. I won't keep Carl long. I just had a question, and it's to do with the table again, and around the Mount Maunganui road safety. And you would have seen over the last 3 or 4 weeks the incident of the young child who lost her life on the railway crossing. So the Combined Tangata Whenua Forum supplied a letter of support to the presentation that I can't remember, Gia made to the combined forum. We wrote a letter of support. I was really just asking, does that fit within what we're talking about here in terms of that table and that line?
And it's a little bit further down the road, but obviously we're following up on Gia's presentation as well and working with Kiwi Rail to make safe that crossing.
So this, from memory, there's an interim step. So there's a short-term process and then there's the long-term process.
That's right. Yep.
So, but they have agreed to some short-term improvements.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah. The short term.
Gia came and presented to council. Well, she did a really good presentation. Her father kept over talking her. She did very well on her own. But yes, so that was my understanding. But you could almost have another line on here, couldn't you? To just to make sure that it stays on the radar.
And we will do that. And I think there's some other pieces of work that sit with other agencies like the Connecting Mount Maunganui project that we should be updating as well. So you've got the whole oversight of pieces of work in the area. So we will update that. Yeah.
Sorry to prolong it, and it may well come up in the workshop this afternoon, but I think to me what I'm looking for out of this exercise is that wider understanding of, we've got the sub-regional industrial planning study underway, we've got the Mount Industrial Planning Study underway, we've got issues around air quality that we're going to have to find solutions for, though there is still a lack of clarity about the cumulative effects of air quality. We understand parts of the problem, but I don't think we yet understand the cumulative effects. So we need to get that understanding. We know that there are existing use rights within the Mount that we can't control, but they will expire at some stage. So depending on the expiry of those, that will guide both the sub-regional and the Mount Industrial Planning Study. What I'm not getting is the sense of how all of that comes together so that we can then, from a strategic point of view, have a clear view of what the future is or could be. Because clearly the Mount industry can't move unless it's got an alternative place to move to, and that depends on their existing use expiry rights and whether or not indeed they are creating a health risk through cumulative effects. And all of those issues are dependent on one another. So I'm not quite sure what the process is to bring all of those components to that wider strategic piece together.
Definitely a planning question.
It probably is a good part of the discussion at this afternoon's workshop. So David Fazakli will be joining us, and David's been involved, I guess, working with Smart Growth on the wider sub-regional industrial land supply, and has a good understanding, I guess, what that can potentially provide for. And he's also been helping us lead the Mount Industrial Planning Study as well. So he's well aware of the interface there between the two. And hopefully we can convey quite strongly what we feel certainly is the way forward for the Mount industrial area this afternoon.
Just in addition to Stephen, what I don't get from any of these documents is the sense of what needs to be there. And I don't know whether it's going to come from priority one, but what needs to be there, because the port isn't going to move and the airport isn't going to move in the foreseeable future. So what needs to be there and what doesn't need to be there? So is that coming through, and it's not just Tauranga's economic well-being, it's also New Zealand Inc. So I'm looking for that flavour too to come, and I haven't seen it yet. But if that's what priority one is doing, then we need it sooner rather than later.
So we this afternoon when we introduce, we'll talk to, I guess, the community, mana whenua and the business discussions that we've had. And, you know, you're pointing towards definitely some of the businesses have identified their need to be in close proximity to the port, and for very good reasons that are, you know, easy to understand. And you know, should they be located in other places, then we'd be up against a variety of other effects that need to be considered. So we'll talk to that at the beginning of that presentation.
Yeah, and I'll keep it short, but I just want to tie to everything that's been said, because it's the same thing that you made an earlier comment. We have so many reports, and I'm sure everything's in there, but it's all sort of piecemeal. And of course, as mana whenua reps in here, we focus, you know, we'll come in on whareroa issues, air quality. I know it's in the industrial, you know, report, and there's bits and pieces, but it's all over the place. So going back to Steve, a high overarching, you've got the sub-regional, regional, your community, we're into it for the wider community. We also go sort of a few steps down as well. So it's been able to transverse sort of upwards, backwards and forwards. Like, I know that's a nightmare from a reporting point of view for planning, but it's just an insight as to, that's how I read reports. And we're going through each and every one looking for different things. And I don't get that. I know it's there, but it's not sort of tied up in a nice bow to move between the two, from high overarching down to specifics, especially from the mana whenua point of view. But that's how my brain thinks anyway when I read these subsequent reports.
So by December, that's what we need. When we see that final report, it's December, is it? When we see that final report, that's what we're going to be looking for.
And for the program, what that means, because ultimately it would have been best to have a program in place that had those clear strategic outcomes, vision, and we would, flow down from there. But we're not in that position yet. And so once the spatial plan and industrial planning studies decisions can be made, that can then be the overarching anchor point for the whole program to report back to you on.
Yeah.
Just a quick question, different tack to all the strategic stuff really, is paragraph 31. I really just wanted to ask, is that a new tool that the Takawanga have developed, and is it a digital tool that we're working with Hapu? So it just talks around there in terms of our Tangata Whenua project board that Takawanga have developed.
So we've been working with Takawanga to provide them the information they need, through this type of reporting, to be able to keep the hapu up to date. I think the hapu, there's an aspiration that will become some sort of digital tool that can be passed on, kept regularly up to date and so forth, and be accessed very easily by hapu. At the moment, it's sitting more as a document that gets passed on and reported periodically. But the idea is definitely to move forward to something that is live effectively and available to them to know what's going on. They can check in and keep them up to date.
That's what grabbed me live. That you'll have up to date around all the projects that are occurring within their takiwā. That'll be an awesome opportunity. So, and obviously the opportunity to extend it across the whole of the rohe. Kia ora.
Yeah, we've been asking for that too. Okay. So we need a mover and seconder to receive the report. Bill and Wayne, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Good discussion. Leading into the workshop. Urban design panel and framework update. I'll do it this afternoon. I was just going to say, where are we up to with the tsunami? Sorry, I forgot, but the tsunami pathways. When we looked at that new map, the new mapping, we were going to do some new pathways for residents.
Yes, I remember it. We talked about it. I don't have an update. I'm sorry. I'll get you one.
Just come back to me. Yeah, I think that's quite important because it has quite changed.
So
The
you're
Tumu
talking about
being the high ground
Yes,
now?
the high ground has moved, yes. So we are doing getting those maps out, and we are doing some evaluation on the options of evacuating from that area. So I'll get you an update.
And it would be well worthwhile, I think, having some discussions with Waka Kotahi if there is an evacuation order, the ability to close the TEL.
Yes.
So that people can get safely across, because there is an alternate route.
It's a
Makes
conversation
sense.
we're having through Nat's team at the moment.
Great,
Yes.
thank you. Sorry, I didn't turn the page over. Okay, urban design panel, sorry, Carl.
Look, yeah, so this is an update on the urban design panel and the broader urban design framework. I'm happy to take the paper as read or provide a 3-4 minute intro to it.
I think we've read. I think we take it as read. It's a good update. And you'll probably come back to us with some more recommendations for appointments.
Yes, we're building a list and we should have that, early in the new year.
Any questions for Carl? Stephen.
Thank you. I did have a question. It comments here that while the proportion of relevant projects coming before the panel is acceptable, this is on paragraph 14, subparagraph D. I didn't get a sense of actually what the proportion was. Is it a large proportion? Is it a small proportion? It's obviously acceptable, but you're wanting to do more marketing. So I'm really just trying to get an understanding of how many are going through, and are we on target for the use of this panel?
So we talked to the environmental planning team, the resource consents team last week. They went away and had a discussion with their team leads. They identified around 3 proposals that they thought could have and perhaps should have gone through the panel over the last 3 months of significance. Outside of that, they didn't feel that there was anything, missing that would have otherwise should have gone through. We're probably going forward would also like to see. I think that comms and marketing is both internal and external. We'd like to see more internal. There's probably a few internal projects that could have gone through, but maybe already underway quite significantly. So I think we're capturing the proportion quite well. And anecdotally also had some conversations with some of the developers and their representatives. And I guess there's somewhere they're going, oh, we could take that, or do we need to? Well, we're encouraging them that, hey, here's a free service, you can take it through. So I think, to answer the question, we're capturing the majority of the proportion at the moment.
That's very encouraging and that's great to hear. Thank you.
Kia ora, Carl. But I really just wanted to ask in terms of, we've got panel metrics in paragraph 11, and then you're providing other details around the panel. Was cultural mana whenua not part of the metrics for panel members?
Good question. So for any application that comes in, we generally look to have 3 to 4 panelists on that. We look at the type of applications coming in, and if we feel that it has that cultural design element, and would benefit from having a cultural expert on it, we definitely have that person sitting on it. So I haven't recorded how many of those might have had that aspect, but there's certainly been, I guess, that cultural representation across the relevant applications coming through, if that answers the question.
Sorry, it kind of does. And then I'm just looking at C, where it talks around 19 panelists or members have been selected out of that 19. I'm just assuming from what you were just saying before that we've got mana whenua professional or mana whenua professionals as one of those or more of those 19 members.
Page 111 gives you the list of who's on the panel. Keep going.
So in terms of our cultural design experts. We seek experts with expertise in Te Ao Māori design principles and supported by the relevant professional institutes relating to cultural. So they don't specifically represent mana whenua locally, although some of them whakapapa locally, but it's that clear understanding of Te Ao Māori principles and how they're applied through the design process. So I think we've got at least 4 or 5, but I'd have to double check.
I suppose one of the other options that you've got is around running that list through a national group of designers or Māori design rōpū in terms of Ngā Aho. So, you know, that we've engaged them on many projects that can provide national advice. They provided the advice around the medium density provisions that were included. So I think they've got heaps of scope, and Dee's most keen to help out where he can.
Anything further, Bill? Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, a comment. I'd just like to re-emphasise your commentary in paragraph 13B in terms of where you note it's encouraging council leading the way in terms of the use of the panel, and certainly from my perspective seeing that as a matter of course, because I think that's about the credibility and the role of the panel when the organisation, and when I talk about organisation, the whole CCO family using the panel as appropriate. I had a question in terms of, you talk about the Urban Design Action and Investment Plan, but I was just looking for, Carl, in terms of anchoring the whole policy framework and what's required around urban design in the district plan. So is that something that will come back to us as part of that list of plan changes, or are you of a view that there is sufficient anchoring in the current plan and proposed plan changes that are going through now for that to occur? It's just having some of that statutory anchoring in place in addition to anything that might be such as an action and investment plan.
Understand. So we're very conscious of anchoring urban design within to the city plan, so that we have the teeth to achieve good urban design outcomes, and they would be supported by non-regulatory urban design guidelines. I think probably what's appropriate is that within reporting back the program, we make it clear where we feel that urban design would be included within some of those future plan changes. So certainly the commercial centres, for example, we'd see that as picking up urban design outcomes going forward and anchoring that by way of one example.
Oh, thank you. And just a final comment, Chair, on the list on page 114, which lists the members and their location. When you come back to us in terms of any additional members, I think it's important to have that balance, and there's a number of local people, no issue with that, but actually having also members from other parts of the North Island or wherever, or from metros who actually have some of that experience and can bring other experiences and knowledge to that urban design panel. It's just not having everyone local. I think we've got to have a good balance in that. So it's just when you come back to us in the new year in terms of any additional members, one area I'll be looking at as part of that.
And that sort of, I mean, in the report, you talk about the balance between in-person and remote, and that's also a balance, because it does, you can see that it often helps when you know the site, and you're looking at the potential development on a particular site and understanding that as against just a set of plans. So in the context, yeah. So it is quite a balancing act, but we do know that we do need that outside influence to challenge the way we've always done things.
Yeah, and certainly looking to train up more local chairs, and then we end up with a bit of a balance of, you know, it's kind of led at this end, they have that knowledge, but also bringing in those with, knowledge from outside of Tauranga.
Okay, all right. So did I get a mover and a seconder for receiving the report? No? No. So Shad and Wayne, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Thanks, Carl. Community funding policy deliberations. We've been around this several times. We've had them, Sandy and Richard, in front of us several times. I really think you've hit the nail on the head this time. Any, you want to make some comments? Or
Happy to take it as read.
Nervous.
I was going to say something. I thought, no, I think Anne's just.
No, I thank you for your patience, but I think it's worthwhile that it's been a worthwhile taking time to get this right, because it is really important to our community. And from the Commissioner's point of view, it's been a big part of what we've tried to inculcate into the organisation that, you know, it was quite an insular organisation when we arrived for a whole variety of good reasons, but we've been, you know, wanted the organisation to have the confidence to be able to turn itself out to the community and then work with the community and support the community. So that's why the partnerships has been such a long journey to get right. But I think we've got it right this time. So it is a relationship. We might talk about it as a partnership, but actually it's a relationship with some groups and an understanding that council doesn't have to do everything, and that we can trust other organisations to do things. And then we have some other organisations that are much more long-term, and we can have really good results for our community. So thank you for your patience and your determination to get this policy straightened out to the satisfaction of the committee. It's much appreciated. And as I say, I think we've landed it well. Bill, are you happy with it? Good, good.
And on the basis in terms of good to see it throwing out how you think the essence of my view initiatives. Well done.
Someone prepared to second it? Stephen, thank you. Any questions, comments to the team? Happy with all the recommendations? There's a long list of them. So we're aligning the purpose of community funding with the strategic vision. That makes sense. We are making a number of changes to the way that we fund. We're including capital funding in the policy, and we're including community leases so that we're quite transparent to the community about where the support is going and how much that is. It's often a surprise to people when they see just how much some groups are getting. Changing around that match fund small grant and disestablishing the medium grant, setting up the multi-year funding option, and then having those partnership agreements. So everyone happy with those? I'll put the motion then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Well done. You don't have to come back in front of us for a while. That brings us to first quarter health and safety report. Alistair.
Kia ora. I'll let Darren take
Darren,
Darren take the lead. When we had a pre-briefing, there were a couple of questions we were interested in. One was, if we're a metropolitan city in New Zealand, how many events that are notifiable? What's normal for us? So Darren's had a quick look into that. Plus, we have the report and the updates in general.
Morning. Are we still morning? No.
Just after. Kia ora, everybody. Yeah, I'll take the report as read as usual. And just as Alistair mentioned, in regards to notifiable events in the last year, we've had 6. And fortunately, none have actually involved our staff. Have been contractors, or in the most recent quarter, one of them was a volunteer. But compared to, I guess, other similar sized organisations, councils, etc., we sit relatively average in the same sort of level. A couple of the same size places down south, they're sort of 7 or 8 in a financial year, and we're sitting at 6 for the last year. So very similar, and I guess important of what a notifiable event is. Just it's basically WorkSafe New Zealand has a list or criteria of certain events, incidents, injuries that require us under the regulations, under the Act, to notify them. And obviously we put the responsibility on our contractors to ensure that they're meeting those obligations, and we review and monitor their process through their WorkSafe interaction. We still have the one live WorkSafe investigation with one of our subcontractors from the New Year's Eve event, but that's coming up to obviously the 365-day threshold that WorkSafe have to make any further recommendations or prosecutions or improvements. We haven't heard from them. We've reached out to them, and that's still pending.
The interesting, I was thinking about the conversation we did have about, how we compare with others. The other interesting comparison would be how we are compared to the private sector. And it's hard to get a similar private sector, but the private sector is also doing a lot of work in this space, and it would be quite interesting to have a similar sized business and see how we compare.
Yeah, I've reached out to the Bob Blass group that we're part of to see if they've sort of got similar access to any stats, and we've got to catch up. Our next meeting's on the 10th, so that's an agenda item for that, just to see if anyone's got access. Obviously, people are a bit more hold it close to their chest, but the local councils that we've got a really good relationship with, we're quite open to share that information as well. So, yeah.
Chair, to your point, I've often sat here because on a number of boards that I sit in New Zealand and offshore, there's health and safety reporting at that commercial level. So I sit here thinking, comparing, and I've always tried not to do that for reasons, always sort of saying I'm too commercial when I come in here. But for the most part, it's exactly the same, which is great. It's commendable. And I think the level, there are some things though that I think it doesn't come up in terms of monitoring. And it's funny you should mention contractors, because that's always the bane of every business I'm on. The third parties coming on and off site and doing things. So, and I believe there's certain things that the commercial entities I sit on have things in place to try and manage, track and report. So I'm happy to discuss that if you want, but other than that, I think we're doing really, really well in this space, for my penny's worth anyway.
Given that there's a lot of construction and a lot of the work that we do is.
Yeah, and I guess I could probably talk to that a little bit, and further on in the report I talk about the ISO 45001 journey. And first time I set up here maybe a year ago, I said that this is where we're going to, and I've been sharing the journey each time I've caught up with you. And I'm really stoked to say that we've started rolling out that training now to our contract managers, our project managers, and any I guess staff member within TCC who's involved heavily with contractor management as one of our critical risks. That training's now rolled out, and the feedback that we've had from the staff, I think we're at workshop 3, has been awesome. There's no other word to say it. The feedback's been really positive. It's what they've been wanting, a really consistent approach on how we manage it, because our responsibility a lot of times sits with that review process under the Act. And now they've got key documents, flow charts, when to engage with the health and safety business partners on how to be supported to make sure that we're meeting that review and monitor process and allowing our contractors to adhere to their safety plan that they've submitted to us. They've won the contract, and we go in there and support them through that. Because again, the responsibility sits on that contract to ensure that their health and safety of their workers are being managed, and we sit upon that overarching responsibility of making sure they're doing what they're saying they're doing. And now they've got the tools to be able to do that, which is really awesome.
And I was just looking for you've got this little fund that they can apply to, the risk fund. Yes, yeah, that were clever, because I thought your challenges and solutions were really interesting.
Yeah,
how people are using that fund.
Yeah, the risk fund's a really good tool that was set up about 2.5 years ago that probably wasn't widely known, and now we're educating the business on, if you don't have the funds and it's a risk mitigation, they can apply to the risk fund. And a good example that we've just rolled out is the library. We've also worked with the Mount Holiday Park and the Vessel Works, on applications. We can mitigate the risk through that fund, and then they don't have to tap into their CapEx and whatnot.
Some of the solutions are quite simple.
Very simple, but massive change, like the library. They've got clear focus, and we know that that's a bit of an issue with violence and aggression, and so we're helping them with that. So it's really positive. I guess the last thing I sort of wanted to call out was we've just finished our internal audit, and last audit, 2019, 2020, there was 39 action points that came out of that. This time round, we've only had 11, which we're really proud of. And a lot of those are already underway on how to manage that. And the other one that was outstanding from the previous audit, the drug and alcohol, is well on the way of being managed and rolled up. Clearinghouse is the latest set of eyes that have gone across that. So, yeah, all in all, a pretty good quarter.
Okay, any further questions? Yes, Stephen.
Just one question. I was looking at the small graph on the first page of the report, the all events by month. And it shows the number of events quite a bit up on last year. Do you want to just tell us the cause of that?
So against last year's numbers, so the increase, yeah. So like I said, last report, our numbers are going up. It's because we've got more reporting, because we've got a better understanding of what's a reportable event, and that's internal, not notifiable. This is internal reporting. We're out there now, I think it's page 3 or 4, around our e-learning health and safety events, the Damstra training now that we've implemented, which is our internal safety portal. People understand what they need to report on now, so that's why we're getting that trend of going up. I think I mentioned that last meeting as well, that question came up. So that's why the data is going higher.
To read that as a good trend.
100%. Yeah. Totally. I'm really comfortable with it.
Yeah, I really just wanted to make sure that was understood.
Yeah.
Anything else? So we're just receiving that report. Someone like to move? Bill, Wayne, thank you. Further discussion with Darren? Yeah, Roharia.
I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed reading your report and all the details that you share, and it's really easy to understand and read. And just loving the subtle changes to the commitment statement, like it's there, but even just changing the wording around safe and well every day, like it just, I don't know, it just kind of gives it more of a positive rather than healthy, safe every day, you know.
Awesome.
It just changes it slightly, and just echo the comments Anne made around the changes to the library and everything like that. So well done. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohalia. Okay. I'll put that motion then to receive the report. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Darren. Keep up the good work. What I suggest is that it is now 12:24, so I suggest we break for lunch and we come back at 1 o'clock and do the alcohol policy. I know you're all looking forward to that. And then we will go straight in after that to the workshop on the Mount spatial plan. Okay, so meeting is adjourned and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. alcohol policy review. What I suggest we do is, again, deal with the options one by one. I asked the staff if we could bulk up off license versus on license. So, kia ora. Did you want to make any opening comments, Sarah and the team, before we get into it? Got Jane and Nigel here, who are the other experts in the policy, but
Jane and Nigel will, as you've directed, will walk through each of the options. So they've got slides there just to keep to each option, and it's been bundled together on off license versus on license. It has been a really long process. So this started back in November 2021 when you first consulted on the draft LAP. Just to go back in time, the deliberations then happened in June 2022. A revised draft was consulted on in August 2022, and you held hearings in November last year. But those deliberations were delayed until the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Amendment Act was passed, which has now happened. So again, it's just been a long process, and there are 7 key decisions for you to consider today. A note that there is a attachment in confidence, and if you wish to discuss that attachment, we will have to move into confidence for that. And also there is a typo in recommendation F, which needs to read retain attachment 4 in confidential to maintain legal professional privilege, not move it into open.
retain the attachment. Yeah, I was going to say exactly that, to remind everyone, if we do want to discuss that legal advice, we'll need to go into public excluded. Okay, all right, so you're going to take us through slide by slide. Take the report as read, remind everyone of the journey we've been on.
Just go to that first slide. I guess as a starting point also, just as a heads up, some of the possible timelines for this. Like obviously we're going to make decisions on each of the, well, you guys are going to make decisions on each of the 7 issues, and staff are proposing that we have a public notification on the 11th of November. And if there's no changes to trading hours or the one-way door provision, then the policy can take effect 30 days after that public notification, which leads us to any time from the 12th of December onwards. But if you decide to change the hours or the one-way door provision, then the legislation says that we need to wait 3 months after public notification to put that in force. And that just allows businesses to adjust their practices and adjust staff and notify people too. So just wanted you to know that. Yeah, so if we could go to slide 2, please.
So before we do.
Oh, sorry.
So can I just ask so we're going to publicly notify the decisions we make today. Is that right? On the 11th of November?
So what the decisions we make will result in a almost like finalised LAP, and we need to publicly notify that LAP. It's just part of the regulations attached. So it will just be letting the public know that there is a new LAP in place and when it will come into force.
Right. So there's no ability for people to come back objecting to that?
To the decisions made, no, because under the Act, the appeal process has been removed.
But if we make changes that haven't been previously notified, by notifying that on the 11th of November, is that able to generate
the public notification is more of a formality. It's just saying a new policy in place, just like we do with bylaws or even other policies. So it's just part of the regulations to bring the policy into force.
And if we wanted to make a new change that hadn't been out, can we make a number of them and notify that, excluding that, and go in a separate process for that, or do we have to do the whole thing together?
A policy can't be half brought into force. What the best option there would be to consult on those issues that you're talking about, like any different issues. You could just leave everything else on the table and say before, that you're wanting public feedback on those.
I just thought it was good to get that clarity as we go into the discussion. Shad.
Sorry, just a matter of clarity as well. So the committee will make decisions or deliberate on the policy itself. Does this go through to council once we've finalised for council to make the final decision?
It doesn't need to. You have the committee has delegated authority to make that decision. I mean, you could always make a recommendation to council if you wanted, if you wanted to see a finalised version if there were a number of changes. But at the moment, what the recommendation is that you have delegated authority to adopt it. Yeah.
I, of course, trust your advice, but again, I'm nervous around the potential for judicial review. So as long as that is correct, would it be safe for committee to put it to council or those sort of same members? But I just don't want, depending on what the committee decides now, don't want any doors or any opportunity at all for this to be reviewed if we go in the direction I'm hoping we go. So I'm just cautious. I'm just trying to be overly cautious. Maybe we just do that extra step to make sure transparency and procedure and it's rock solid.
Well, that's I think that's our decision to make. Depending on what we decide, and the staff's recommendation is that if we change from what we have publicly notified to date, there is a chance of judicial review. And it could be overturned and we've got to start again. So
well, if we don't change what we initially decided as a committee to go out with, there is no need to do that if we stay to the status quo. Is that not correct? If we go with the original recommendations of this committee that played with the front end, not the back end, and that's gone out to public, that can go straight through this process now.
That's correct.
But I'm saying the end one, I would like comfort that it goes from the committee to the council and signed off, just to make sure it's watertight. Do you get what I'm saying? Probably unnecessary step.
I don't think that the sign off, because this committee has delegated authority, so that won't mitigate the risk of judicial review if it were to happen. And the risk of judicial review is, as Commissioner Tolley said, is all around whether a decision is made that was not originally consulted on. But you do have delegated authority.
QC comes back and takes us to task and says you should have done it. I'll say I told you so.
Okay, let's get started. Yep.
Okay, so moving to the next slide. Yep. So we've combined, as directed by the committee, the chair, the off-licence issues. So it's issue 1 and 2 in the report with trading hours. So just got a really simple visual up here. So the current time or maximum trading hours are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Obviously, some businesses decide not to trade for that full time, others do. And in our last discussions, the committee directed us to go out and consult with a 10 a.m. starting time, so leaving the closing time the same. And then through the process of consultation, the community put forward some views. A lot of people sort of wanted to either supported just sticking as the status quo or really supported the 10 a.m. You'll see that in how the submissions were split there. But also people suggested moving the closing time. And there was a variety of alternatives put forward, but most of them fell within that 9 p.m. time.
Okay, so So I'm still of a mind for the 10 a.m. start. I haven't changed. For me, I'm looking for off license to be restricted because it looks like that's where the most damage is. So we're trying to do a number of things in this. We're trying to minimise the number of off licenses out in those lower socioeconomic areas because that's limiting access, makes it more difficult for people to go and get ready access to alcohol. Personally, I'd like to see it at both ends, but that would mean we'd have to go back out and reconsult. Open it up for discussion. Bill and then Stephen.
First of all, I just want a clarification around the deprivation index. I'm looking at the one from, is it 2018? And for example, the Te Papa Peninsula is in the 7.
What page are you on, Bill?
Oh, I'm just on my laptop. I haven't got a...
If we could bring that map up.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Look at that.
I've got it by, do you want me to send it by email to you? Is it coming?
Sarah can pop that up. Right. Yep.
So I presume this is the same map that I have. So in terms of then the deprivation index, if we use 7, that would trump any provisions that are in any of the relevant zones in that peninsula. If I just use the Te Papa Peninsula as an example, I'm trying to get a handle on how, what the implications are for the deprivation index, where it's suggested we start at 7 through to 10 and have restrictions on that basis.
What those, the issues 1 and 2 that we're discussing, what that would mean is potentially every off-licence premise in the dot, regardless of where it is in the city, would have to start at either 7 or 10.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand, first of all, before I get into the detail, the implications of the deprivation index.
What sort of implications? It means people are poor.
No, because there are proposed restrictions in the policy, and if we used 7...
Well, hang on. We're actually focused, first of all, on issue 1 and 2. We haven't got to that one yet. We're on 1 and 2, which is the opening and closing times of off-licence anywhere in the city.
Well, I'll wait till we
come to that.
To get there.
Yeah.
But then going on though, because I'm not convinced actually in terms of changing the opening time, and I've been through the documentation. I'm struggling to find the evidence for that. And part of my background, having done heaps of hearings commissioner work, I do tend to look for some of the evidence. So it's certainly not referenced in the documentation we have, and I'm not convinced that changing to 10 a.m. is actually reducing the potential for alcohol harm. Bearing in mind that people can also purchase online, et cetera, et cetera. So that's I don't think my position has changed since we last considered the opening hours.
Certainly can order online, but they wouldn't be able to deliver outside of the opening hours.
Yes, I've had deliveries.
After 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
After 10 o'clock?
I've had deliveries outside of, well, I don't know how
7 to 10.
How the opening hours work. It's just been through the courier service.
Yeah, that's right. So they would be delivering alcohol within that 7 to 10 envelope. If you closed your, if you changed your hours, no, he's shaking his head. They can deliver them anytime.
Your remote sales can take place delivered between 6 a.m. and 11 p.m.
Why aren't we dealing with that?
Legislation hasn't covered that.
And so I ask the question again, why aren't we dealing with that? Does the legislation prohibit us from dealing with that?
I'm not
The
sure.
legislation does to prohibit us from dealing with that?
It's not covered in what we're sort of limited in what we can cover in the local alcohol policy.
I'd
And,
check. I'd check.
Yeah, we did.
Unless it's prohibited, how would they stop us?
We can come back and check on that. I think we've got some staff in the back that are making sure that we can check all the legislation, both the Act as well as what's allowed in a local alcohol policy, just to confirm.
Because if we're not allowed, then again, it should be something that we should be raising with the local government minister.
Yeah, it has been raised by Alcohol Health Watch. It is a big issue across all councils that there's a gap.
Okay, so come on. This is hotly discussed last time. At the moment, we've got two proposals. Stephen was next.
Thank you, Chair, and like Bill, my position hasn't changed either. I'm struggling with the evidence to both. I mean, I'd actually go right back to struggling with the evidence on the effectiveness of the LAP to start with, let alone getting down to the detail of whether or not off-licence premises should be allowed to open at either 7 or 10 a.m. I mean, we're a tourist town. We've got people coming to Tauranga on a regular basis from all over the country, and particularly from Auckland. They're used to certain national standards of opening hours. I think we just set ourselves up as being inconvenient from that point of view, and also to the local community. I do have some questions about the representative nature of the submissions, and perhaps there wasn't any detail, at least in this report, on whether or not the submissions that we've received would be generally representative of the community. But I suspect we've got quite divided vested interests on both sides, which is why we've got sort of a 50-50 split here. So I'm not that much helped by the submissions. And in any event, they are 50-50 on many of these issues in any case. Look, you can restrict the hours. What I think will end up happening is those who want to purchase will end up buying more when they do purchase. And because they've got more at home, they'll drink more and they'll go and purchase. I know that I do that with my chocolates and confectionery and biscuits. When I go to the supermarket, that's my weakness. The more biscuits that are in the cupboard, the more I eat them. Better not to buy at all, but that's the decision I make. And at the end of it, I just don't think there is enough evidence to support the change of whether or not it will make a difference. But I do think it will create an inconvenience and a confusion and an unnecessary one. That's my view.
Then Rohario.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. So, Stephen and Bill, likewise, I haven't changed my position. So, and I don't, we'll get to it soon. The end time coming down, I never gave mind to that, didn't discuss it. I know it came out of by way of submissions, but the morning time frame, I like to think I helped champion through our discussions on that, and that's where it came to light. I suppose by way of context, and the map that Bill asked to be put up, I mean, that gave me great insight. Now, I was, raised and born, raised in Greerton, in Maryvale, when the map is put back up there. So it's heavily red and orange. It's in that 7 to 8, 9 zone. So also, Greerton Primary, Tauranga Intermediate, and you don't have to, I think all of us have got a grasp on the price of housing in Tauranga City, Maryvale, Greerton, all that area is some of the cheaper housing in the city. And there are huge Māori communities in there, which I grew up in that zone. So it's from my personal experience growing up in the city that I saw the effects of a lot of people lining up at these stores to get access to this, which is driving my desire to see that morning time changed. So first-hand experience, I see the impact it has on the community in that particular zone in particular, which is orange and red. Going to the discussion around, and very respectfully, evidence. Now, I did a doctorate based on qualitative evidence. So qualitative is interviews, getting around and asking people's opinions and doing a documented calculation as to what the opinions are and putting them into some sort of format that you can drive some data from. It's not quantitative. It's not numbers. It's not, this is here, it is in black and white. That's the beauty of qualitative research. If you look on page, and I could be completely wrong here, but one of the things I'm hanging to is page 134 of what we've been given. 50%, let's just say at least, of submitters said, it's okay if you wanted to change that morning part. More importantly, 72% of the health and then the wellbeing survey, to which you drop to the footnotes at the bottom of that page 134, 613 questionnaires went out. Now, these are to our beloved and hardworking health experts and providers. And they've come back saying, as I read what was being presented to us, is that they are in 72%, way and above, saying this is a good thing, which we support it. That's wonderful qualitative evidence coming out of our community and our health providers, no less. Those who are tasked and are specialised in this area to say what's the best for the health and well-being of our community. Would this have an effect? I think overwhelmingly they've told us that it's a good thing. So I don't want to play with the back end. I think for lots of things, we'll get to that later in a judicial review. If we leave that alone, went with the initial suggestion, which was to bring forward the extend it out, the morning opening time. I think we're in good stead, and I think there is quite a bit of evidence to suggest the community does back that suggestion. Kia ora, Chair.
Kia ora. I just wanted to tautoko the comments that Wayne has just made. Last time we discussed this, my key point was around consulting on it, going out to the community and just seeing what they think. And while 50% might be, well, it's not quite enough, it's also not less. So if it came back saying only 10% supported this, then we'd have a clear sign that we're heading in the wrong direction, and having that 72% from our health and wellbeing survey also supports this as well. If I think about people who come in from out of town, that's a responsibility on them to understand what we do here in Tauranga. And I'll give an example of a weekend. On the weekend, I went over to Rotorua and I took my dog with me, and I didn't look at all the places where you were and were not allowed to take your dog. That's a responsibility on myself to inform myself on the areas where you can do that. And if people are looking at purchasing alcohol in a community that has these types of policies, then they should bring it upon themselves to look at that and inform themselves. And just further, when I lived in Wellington, the countdown that's right in central Wellington, I used to go to the gym and then walk home, and like just before 8 o'clock, we're closing alcohol sales at 8 o'clock. So there are ways to be able to inform customers around what our policies are here in Tauranga. And while there may not be any hard evidence, I think, is what Bill's after. This may incrementally reduce alcohol harm, one little step at a time. So I'm all for that. And then looking at the 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. proposed closing times, I would go further and want to look at that 9 p.m. closing time, and but am guided by the rest of the group around that discussion, because I understand that we would need to reconsult on that, and then maybe that's for a further review down the track. But I'm happy for what was proposed when we went out for consultation. Kia ora.
Anyone else? Te Pio.
Kia ora, just to say that I support going up, confirming the options that we went out and consulted on. I think too, the other option is, well, not the other option, but when I ask myself, what do I want to see for my mokopuna when they're coming forward? So for me, the 9 to 9 would, a 10 till 9 would be a good place to be, but I think a 9 a.m. opening opportunity and a 10 where we've gone out with is reasonable. The other thing is, what are you drinking, or where are you drinking it from? But at 7 a.m. in the morning. If it's just unless you're, of course, a South African supporter and you're on Sunday morning.
Shad.
Well, just listening to the conversation, I think my perspective hasn't necessarily changed. I mean, taking the point that, particularly from Wayne, from all the research and the soft evidence or the qualitative evidence to support that position. I mean, I'm pretty supportive of the 10 a.m. Delayed opening. I haven't really got much more to add. I mean, I think the conversation's been had. So yeah, that's my position at the moment.
I think the only thing I'd say is the Supreme Court did actually find that we could rely on community preferences. So, I mean, I understand about evidence. There isn't a lot of evidence actually around what affects alcohol disorders and abuse of alcohol. There isn't. There's international studies. But it's important to remember that we're making a decision for our community, and the Supreme Court decision actually gave us the ability to rely on our community's preferences. And I agree with Wayne that 72% in that toita ora health and well-being. So personally, I would be happy that we started with the 10 a.m. Opening, and when we come to do, when an elected council then comes next to do the next review of the LAP, which they have to do, how many, every 3 years, is it?
Years.
6 years. By then, there may well be some better evidence around, and they could address the closing times. I'm disappointed we didn't. I thought we had discussed the closing, bringing the closing hours back, but obviously we didn't. And I certainly don't want to go out and consult again. So what I'm picking around the table is that the majority are in favour of retaining the consulted 10 a.m. start. Is that correct? Is my count right?
If I may, and it's clear that's the way things are going, but I do think it's important that we try and assess in some way the effectiveness of this. Otherwise, we're going to be continuing this kind of cycle of lack of information and division. Now, I don't know what baseline we might be able to establish now, whether or not there's some health statistics on the number of reportees, whatever, but I do think it would be helpful to future committees or councils to have a baseline, given that we're going to be making a decision today, it's pretty clear, to reduce the hours to 10 a.m, then it would be very helpful to inform future decision making if we establish the.
Maybe we could ask the staff to put their minds to, because we've got a bit of time before it would come into perspective, put their minds to what that might look like, that we could collect some data and come back to us. You don't have to tell us today.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with Stephen. I think it's a great opportunity, depending on what's then decided, to set that baseline as a city. I'm sure we can share that information and what we're about to do with the local police. They can monitor it. You can start the time frame, the clock as to what has transpired previously. If they put it into a month on month, year on year, they'll be able to track it and see if it did add value. It might be for naught, but what a wonderful opportunity to push the clock, start it and review it, and time will tell whether it had an effect, and it might then ongoing councils, determine how they go about things if it brings about real change, but it's measured.
Ask the staff to come back to us with what that might look like.
So we will talk to police and Toitua about that, because I think they would be the best place to collect any evidence that would come back to you.
Okay. So that's the opening. Where are we on the closing time? Is there any desire to go back out and reconsult on the closing time? Doesn't appear to be. So we'll stay with 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Okay.
So I'm very happy with that. The other potential data point might be supermarket sales information. If it flatlines, you know that you haven't achieved much. If it goes down, then you might have.
Okay, next issue.
So the next issue is about what we went out in the revised draft policy was new bottle stores. And yeah.
Now you're right.
Yeah, so this is where we're saying no new bottle stores in areas with a deprivation index of 7 or more.
Go, Bill.
This is the one area that I'm challenged with in terms of using the deprivation index, because when you look at the map, for example, all of the Te Papa Peninsula is 7, how I read it. Now, does that requirement then, in terms of no new bottle stores, apply regardless of whether it's zoned commercial, residential, or whatever? What at face value takes is that area, including the CBD, I might add, because I presume that's part of 7, that there would be no new bottle stores. I just need that clarification on the application of the deprivation index. Yeah, well, I'm not in that place at all. I have concerns about using the deprivation index, both in terms of liquor licensing, and I think I might have talked about that in gambling a few weeks ago, as a way of as a way of controlling further off licenses, because I'm not sure actually how effective that would be, and then together with that ability to just go down the road, get it online or whatever. So, yeah. So I'm happy with option B.
No, that's fine. Just had a query, point of clarification for option A, in using the index. And I can't recall, but did we apply a sinking lid approach to this, or was it just,
For this, it was just no new bottle stores. So, yeah.
So my question is, why have we settled on, given the makeup of our city, why have we settled on index 7 and not 9 and 10?
So it was about a year ago when we did bring this to you and discuss it. You directed us at the time to have a look at location provisions, and we mapped out at the time sort of how many bottle stores and off licenses were in different areas, and did find there was a strong cluster based on population as well, relative to the other areas, and proposed 7 and above. And you decided to put it in the revised draft policy that went out for consultation. So
It would make a difference if it was 9 and 10.
8 and 9. If it,
Because I'm with you with when it includes the CBD and your commercial areas, but for me, 9 and 10 in particular, we've got a couple. What with three? So if we change the deprivation index, would we have to go back out and reconsult?
but no, I can check with our legal team, but I would say because we've put in the statement of proposal, because it was, we put it out there to the community that we were looking at making a restriction on new bottle stores. All we're doing is sort of slightly amending that. It's still been entertained in the community that we were looking at that.
So, I mean,
And during the consultation, we directly asked the question, you know, we're proposing 7 and above. What do you think? So that's the question we asked. And again, there was an overwhelming, well, not overwhelming, but I think it was about, from memory, 67% of those that submitted said that support that particular proposal.
What does anyone else think? Stephen?
Yeah, when you look at the map, yeah, even when you look at your 9s or 10s, it's not that far away that you go into a neighbouring deprivation area or non-deprivation area and get adequate supplies. We have to bear in mind that this is going to be a growth corridor right the way from Tauranga down through Greaton, Gate Par into the city. So quite a significant increase in population. I think it's probably more preferable they walk to a local off licence than drive. And we are in danger of creating a situation where they may have to drive if one of the existing, you know, if you take the one in, must be Mirrorvale, is it? Is that the supermarket shopping? It's a bottle store, yeah. Yeah, just within Kiwi. So, I mean, I come back to my fundamental position. I just don't think we're achieving much. I think we're tinkering with a whole bunch of stuff with some potential unintended consequences. Where, I mean, anyone who has a drinking problem, and I've had them in my family, they'll find a way around whatever hours or opportunities, they'll find a way to get their drink. I'm sorry, but I just don't think we're achieving anything by this measure.
Yeah, well, I just think we have to get real, because the reality is that communities are now getting more and more deliberate about the number of these outlets they want in their suburban areas, because it is actually the ready access to alcohol where it's just down the road and you walk and it's there and it's readily available. And I think we're kidding ourselves with the new legislation if we don't think that every time there's an application for a new liquor store in some of these suburbs that the community isn't going to be up in arms and putting petitions together and beating down the doors of our liquor licensing agency, because that's where the communities are going. I've seen it in Parliament. I don't think it's any different here. And I think if we can give our licensing authority some parameters as to where those new places are going. Remember, it doesn't affect the licenses of existing businesses. It's only the new ones, the extra ones that are going in. If we can give some parameters, I think we will be certainly helping our community and also reflecting their desires. So I don't know whether the evidence supports that, but I certainly know that think that there's a huge groundswell in our communities who don't want their young people and some of their older people to have that ready access to more and more liquor outlets. Wayne.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I take all what you've just said. And again, Steve, I get it. We're all sort of talking from personal experiences and worldliness. We've been around and see things, and again, I can only draw on my own. But it's up there in red and dark orange. I mean, I'm not talking theoretical around the rest of the country. I'm not talking theoretical and reports and research. I'm talking, I grew up there. And I'm telling you now, it has a massive effect and it's funny, I'll flip it a little bit, not to be disingenuous, but there is equally no evidence to suggest people will jump in a car and drive down the road. But I get the sentiment, please, not to be disingenuous, because I'm sure it's coming from a very good place, as all of our comments are. But equally, you can run that line both ways. Where's the evidence based on that? And so again, but from my experience, there are, in the communities I grew up there, they don't have access to vehicles. Most of them just simply don't. They don't just jump in a car and drive down the road because they don't have a vehicle. They rely on walking, bikes, or the bus. But to walk down to the Maryvale shops, the Greaton shops, easy peasy all day long, early in the morning, get their fix and go home. So that's only my own personal experience. But I can certainly, and I know it's sort of digressing a little bit, but the proliferation of what are they called, vape stores? So in my community, that again, hopefully council can correct me, but if there's not 8 or 9 in the Greaton shopping centre now, I'll eat my hat. In fact, I think there's 3 next door to each other. And so I'm intrigued from a business model. I want to go and go, how are you guys making this work? There's been overrun. So all the...
We're not going to go there.
No, please.
We're not going to go there.
No, I'll bring it back. No, it's an example, though, of where communities at the lower end, they have vices. And this is, well, for all the wrong reasons, but you said, Anne, it's about getting real. And I'm telling you, that's the reality in those communities. There's the stores that I just mentioned, let's not go there. Then there's alcohol, and I wouldn't like to see, again, the numbers grow. There's numbers there already. They seem to be catering for what's needed. For me, I scratch my head and wonder why we would need more, the potential even. Status quo, leave it as such, but not an increase. But just to make it clear to Bill and Stephen, I'm not hard and fast on this one, but we've all got sort of personal takes on it.
Raharia.
The deprivation index, I think the last time we talked about this, my main concern was around the proximity of new bottle stores to marae, Papakainga, and just to pick up on Bill's point, I don't think the deprivation index covers that kind of concern that I was trying to raise, because if I look at this, we've got marae and Papakainga in green spaces, orange, red, like just all over the place. So I just wanted to make that point. This index is just one layer of providing a way to try and fix something, but I don't think it's the appropriate one or most ideal one to try and address an issue around trying to reduce the harm in areas that are close to marae and Papakainga for our people. In saying that though, looking at the results from the consultation, strong support from submitters of 67% that agree to this, and over 60% of respondents in Toi Te Ora survey, that coming back to Anne's point about listening to our community and being guided by them as to what they prefer, I would support going with option A.
And is that support for 7 through to 10 or a shortened one?
Well, as I've said, I don't believe the deprivation index is the right one, but noting that majority of marae do fit within the 7 to 10 index, not all the areas, because there's some in Wairoa, Bethlehem, and that fall outside. So it does cover more of those, but that wasn't something that I understand we specifically consulted on, so that I suppose response isn't there. At the moment, I'd be happy with a 9 to 10 if that's where the committee landed, but if it went further to 7, I'd be supportive of that as well.
Sorry, yeah, just again, I just want to make the point. If you look at the map at the orange, so Gate Pa, Maryvale, and the likes, so the orange and red, there is no marae there. Waimapu is the first place you'll find a marae. Now that's a lesson for Tauranga City, and I'm one of them. That's where the areas I grew up there, the orange and red is where the social housing was put for Tauranga. So although I whakapapa to all the marae is around the city, my whānau was placed in social housing, high density social housing in the orange and red area. There is no marae there. In effect, we were what they deemed urban Māori back then. So it's not linked to marae, far from it. It's where we were transported in the 60s, 70s, whānau, to live in urban high density living, and that's where we lived. And that's where a lot of these troubles came from. We didn't have the luxury of going back out again and living around our marae. That wasn't an option. They jammed us into social housing in those areas. That's why that's the deprivation index. That's why that's there. That's historical. We have a chance to try and rectify that. So again, just a wee lesson on why you have those areas there. That's where the social housing was jammed, and that's where the most affordable housing is still in the city. So it's not, there's a method to this. There's a logic as to why this is happening if you want to look behind the details of the graph. Got a chair?
Yeah.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I really, I think the deprivation index in itself is one layer, but maybe it's not part of the whole solution around where new stores should be considered. And so, I do want to just turn over to Bill and to Shed, who've got more planning experience than me around. Is this more of a zoning question around how many bottle stores can be within a commercial zone and that type of opportunity, rather than, and then the deprivation becomes just a layer behind that for consideration?
You want to answer that? Remember, we're talking about new bottle stores going into this. So regardless of what layer we're putting over it, what we're looking at is, do we think, I mean, how would the community react if a licensed bottle store wanted to open in Matapihi? Because there isn't one there now.
Well, from a planning perspective, I think picking up your point, PO, whether there was any opportunity through the planning zoning to restrict, is that what you were heading?
So you restrict them to commercial areas, not suburban areas.
Certainly, Just looking around for any of the planning advisors in the room.
Carl down the back, he's hiding, he's hiding.
Potentially, you could do that, but it would be really challenging in terms of using the planning framework to essentially license some type of business. So that's that. What I would raise, though, well, I've just got the floor for a moment. You look up on the map there, and the difference between, say, 7 and then 9 on Cameron Road, which is right across the road in terms of the deprivation. So to me, that shows that the use of the index is going to create potentially a whole lot of anomalies that you could have across the road, and then across Cameron Road on the other side, a different regime would apply.
So my question would be, in that, so there's a whole lot of already in the Te Papa Peninsula in the yellow, right? So the bit of yellow that is adjacent to the orange, isn't that where the schools are? My geography's not great. So that's where the schools are. Yeah. Yeah. So you're unlikely to get them establishing in the yellow. What you don't want is them to establish over the road in the orange, over the road from the schools. That's right. So they couldn't do what you're suggesting if that's the schools. You wouldn't have that because the school's not going to sell their property or lease their property and establish a liquor license.
I generally accept most of that argument, but it's not all public or schools. There are properties that could be.
So you could have one in between a couple of schools, and you think that would be okay, a new one, because what we're talking about, there's already a whole lot there. We can't do anything. We're talking new, additional, coming in.
Yeah, my question is using the index as a layer. I'm not convinced of that. If there was some other mechanism.
Well, we had another mechanism, which was a certain distance from schools and maraes, but we didn't consult on that.
No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, the direction we were given was to use this as the location provision.
I guess I think if we go back to the purpose of why this was consulted on in the first place, it was about the committee's concern about new bottle stores opening in areas where there might be vulnerable communities.
Right.
The deprivation index is the best New Zealand's got at the moment, and again, this is 2018. It's not going to be revised until next year, but it's the best that we've got, and it's not so much about lines on the map and roads. It's about that intent to protect vulnerable communities.
Okay, so we've got to make a decision. We're going to have a show of hands. Try to avoid it if I can, but we're going to have a show of hands. Who supports using the deprivation index to restrict new liquor licenses? Put your hand up. No, only me? Okay. Who supports then just retaining the current position, which is they can go anywhere in the city? That's 3. So what are you other 3 doing? We've got 2 options here. Well, that's the current position.
That's right.
Yeah.
There are still some restrictions.
There are still some restrictions. But we haven't talked about what those are. I'm trying to get out of these 3 people what they're supporting.
So I think it's the order in which, because I mean, Bill in particular has driven a very good case.
No, I'm not. My first question was any form of the social deprivation index, using that in any way to restrict new licenses.
Anyway. So if that's the word you're choosing, in any way, given the fact that it's the best we've got, it's rudimentary, it's probably not on point totally. Yes, I'd go with what we've got at the present. I would use that index.
You would use it?
Right.
I asked for a show of hands.
Yeah,
I
but-
haven't
no,
said
not-
whether it's 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just asking if you want to consider using the social deprivation index in some way to restrict new license.
Some way.
Does that help? Put your hands up if you want to do that, if you want to use that. No, no.
I
there's
mean,
none.
it goes through the district licensing committee and people can object, but there's nothing in the local alcohol policy.
And that's now opened up to anybody.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. Like the amendment now allows for a much wider scope of public objection. So it's not just someone who has more than a general interest. It's
Anybody.
literally if someone wanted to open a bottle store in Tauranga, someone in Invercargill could object to it. But it would have to come back to that particular premise and some evidence that it was going to cause alcohol-related harm or not reduce alcohol.
So where are you going to go in all of this? Because we got 3-3 at the moment.
Perfect. Winston Peters of the committee.
And we're running out of time. Okay. So then we're 4-3 to use the deprivation, social deprivation in some way. So the suggestion has been 7 to 10. Does anyone support that? No? You support that? 8 to 10? Two support that? 9 to 10?
Include us. Yeah, inclusive.
9 to 10?
Yes.
So we got the most with 9 and 10. Start there. Okay. All right. Next issue. Hope it's easier. Discretionary conditions of off-licensed. Oh, these are discretionary conditions that our district licensing authority can take into consideration, and they are on page. I've forgotten which page they're on. 139. Yep. So that's signs, alcohol related incidents books, CCTV cameras, exterior lighting, no single sales. What's restrictions of sales based on type of product? What's that one?
Just if the DLC feels it appropriate for a certain business to restrict a certain type, whether it is single sales or the type of price that it's got.
Oh, so there's no. Is that where they put something at the door at a special price to bring people in, or a loss leader or something? Is that what you're talking about?
Price pointing stuff so that it moves faster.
Restrictions on the display of RTDs at principal entrance and restrictions on the display of product or price specials. Those are things that the district licensing authority could take into account when they're granting a license, which is pretty general. They don't have to. They could pick and choose, but it gives them some guidelines. Is that right? What do people think? You nodding. I saw you nodding.
You did. Yeah.
Yeah.
DLC that ability, because that again, that's the case.
Yep,
by
that's case by case. That's
on a
right.
particular application.
Yep.
I just wanted we've suggested we could have
9. Oh, sorry.
440 mils.
Oh, yes, sorry.
So you're keeping it more general rather than
Correct, yeah.
specific mills. Okay, all right. How do people feel about that? General agreement? It's a case by case. Reluctant over here, but it allows them to have a look and deal on a case by case.
Start to get a long list and, you know, being in the retail business, restrict on the display of product or price specials. If you want to clear your stock, that's the best way to do it. You know, I mean, I just think we're starting to interfere far too much in these businesses. I just don't think it's helpful.
Yeah.
I think that was more around like where it's visible from as well. So if you're attracting people in from outside by a prominent display, it might be quite different to someone who's already in there.
Yeah, but the ones that just raised the issue, then it's not clear what we're actually meaning.
Oh, well, you've got restriction on display of RTDs at principal entrance to the
That's
store
clear.
within 3 metres of the front window. So that's very clear. The
Last
one
one.
for me that's not clear is this restrictions on sales based on the type of product and its price. I don't quite like that. I have to say, I find that's very vague.
You've got to promote a, you know, whiskey brand might say they do a promotion for the month, and you know you can't advertise that. Well, God.
Why don't we get rid of that one? Strike that one out. Yeah, everyone comfortable with that? This one, restrictions on sales based on the type of product and or its price. Okay, so we've got agreement on that. Woo, okay. Move on. Unlicensed premises in industrial areas. You're talking to the wrong person here. I live in Whakatane and Mata Beer Brewery is in the industrial area and it's their local pub. And it's great. It's fabulous. On a Friday night, it's pumping with families because they serve pizzas as well.
Deprivation index.
Prosperous. I think it's green. Okay, so what do people feel about this? I'm not in support. Yeah, yeah. I think we've taken care of the other stuff myself. Where are we? People? Anyone strongly in favour? Okay, move on. Speak now or forever hold your peace, they say. City centre on licence. Okay, this is the one. Now we've had, just reminding people, we've had several conversations with the police and with the hospos about this. From my memory, when we last talked to police, I thought we had come to a conclusion that we would be bringing the centre city into line with the Mount and having no one-way door. That was the sort of the compromise that we were negotiating. How does that sit with people?
Certainly comfortable with that. I think the consistent closing time is the most important. Otherwise, you're just encouraging people to go from one side down to the other to get their last hour in. And they're probably inebriated well and truly. And it's just a road safety risk as well as a social risk. So makes sense to me.
And there was no, I mean, there were more disadvantages of the one-way door than there were advantages, it seemed.
And then used to the premises get the milling of people outside and all of that. So
yeah,
I'm happy also with the.
Looks like we're all agreed on that. So no one-way door provision and moving to 2 a.m. in the centre city. Okay.
Just the Mount closes at 1, so I'm just not sure if you're what you were talking about as far as the parity with the Mount.
I thought they were 3 and 2.
No, all of the Mount is 1 o'clock just because of where it's positioned between residential and commercial.
All across the city. AM apart from the city centre.
I just wasn't clear what your closing time for the CBD was intended to be.
Well, we intend it to be the same as the Mount, but we've always been talking a 1 hour difference from memory, haven't we? Am I?
One of the earlier conversations was about people driving across the harbour bridge. So if you kept 1 o'clock at the Mount and then had a 2 o'clock here with a 1 o'clock one-way door, that means they can't leave the Mount when it closes and get in Tauranga. If you're in a pub in Tauranga, you can stay there for an hour longer, but you can't drive from the Mount to Tauranga to find another beer.
Yeah, but the conversation we've been having with both the police and the hospos has been about a similar closing time and no one-way door.
Collectively, I've never suggested the Mount changes from 1 o'clock. That's always been one. It's been in the policy for many years.
Well,
hasn't changed.
Well, it's odd that we all are all thinking the same.
But I do remember we discussed the flow from the
we did.
Mount to
Yeah.
Tauranga. So maybe that was the reason, because it was closing early and everyone was trucking across the bridge. But I agree with you. I thought it was always just a 1 hour difference.
So where are we? We happy? Yep, right.
I'm happy with the no one-way door policy. Just based on the feedback that we had from the presenters last time. And if 2 a.m. closing time is the only option before us right now, then I'm happy to go in support of that and then leave it for a future decision maker to maybe bring it in line with what happens at the Mount.
What does everyone think?
Consult on 1 a.m. for the city. So that would just open up a whole can of worms again.
We'd have another petition.
The most recent consultation pushed it back out to 3. So you initially consulted on 2 with a 1 a.m. one-way door, which effectively stops that across the Mount traffic. Then once you had deliberations on that process, you then changed it to 3 o'clock and no one-way door, which creates a 2 hour gap between the two. So we're kind of going in circles here a little bit.
What are we going to do? We're going to go with Rahario. 2 a.m. no one-way door. Everyone agree on that? Yeah, but then we talked with the hospos about getting rid of the one-way door. And the police were quite reasonably supportive of that. Help me. Where are we up to? Well, we've got a suggestion on the floor. Does anyone object to that? Is anyone against that? I think that's where we are. No one-way door and back from 3 a.m. to 2 a.m. in the CBD.
No one-way door mean that you go in and out.
Yep. Aren't we best to keep the one-way door in that case, if there's still an hour's gap? Because that means they can't then come across, because that's what we're trying to stop, isn't it? That leave the Mount and come to the centre city. Go home. Yeah.
But then I think it was the issue about people out on the street.
That's right.
Causing issues.
Yeah.
Because they can't get back in or waiting for people.
Come on, people. Well, I thought, we've been talking for some time the wrong hours. What are we going to do?
I propose 2 a.m. one way.
Yeah. I think that's got to be where we end up. Yep.
I think the risk of people knowing. Is this. Is that the second option?
I don't think we have it up there. 2 a.m.
Yeah, it was in the initial draft.
That was the initial draft that we went out with consultation. That was the initial direction.
Okay. 2 a.m. 2 a.m. closing? 2 a.m. closing and retain the one-way door from 1 a.m. Right, all the heads are nodding around the table. That's where we are. Okay. Yeah. Are we finished?
Yes, I just wanted to, we talked about remote sales and I sort of said we couldn't do that, and just confirming, I've just checked with the decisions from ALA, the Alcohol Regulatory Licensing Authority, and yeah, the legislation doesn't allow for an LAP to consider remote sales. It's somewhere else. I just wanted to confirm that since you raised it.
We can consider it somewhere else?
Not yet.
Can you just come and, she just needs you to just make sure that in the minutes we've got the right decisions.
Could you just put down?
So do we need a resolution? We need a formal resolution to adopt those recommendations, don't we? Yep, we do. Yeah, we do. If we can remember what they are. So starting sales time for off license is 10 a.m. Off license premises final sales time is 10 p.m. Location for new bottle stores is no new bottle stores in area with a deprivation index of 9 or more, 9 and 10. New online premises industrial area as per current. So that's no change. Final sales time for on-licensed premises in the city is 2 a.m. One-way door policy is 1 hour prior. Is there a one-way door policy in Mount Maunganui?
No, there isn't, because they close at 1.
Close at 1. Okay, so that's 1 a.m. for the centre city.
If your closing time's at 2 a.m, then yes, the one-way door will be 1 a.m.
One-way door policy, 1 a.m. And then discretionary conditions for off-licensed premises. And yes, but removing that one line about specific sales and prices. Okay. Yep, we can put in a G. Yep. Means of. Yep. Direct staff to investigate means of measuring the impact of changes made today. And report back in the new year. And report back in the new year. Yeah. Okay. So we've got a G, direct staff to investigate means of measuring the impact of the changes made today and report back in the new year. No, direct staff to investigate means of measuring impact of changes made today and report back in the new year. Are you moving all that, are you? A to G. So moved by Stephen, seconded by Wayne. I'm going to put that then. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's not easy. It's not easy. So that brings us to a close of the meeting. And do you want to close with a karakia? We're going into a workshop. We're just rolling. So I declare the meeting closed. And the Chief Executive wants to be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff.